I can be still. The wind across me passes, making ripples through the windows. Out on into the past, from where echoes from some light in here. Ooh, ooh, send some light in here. Ooh, light in here. Ooh, ooh, oh, 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 oh. Then may we see more clearly how to ease our begging bodies, remembering why we're the days come to pass, I can be quiet now. Still wonder how night can be so vast when memory gives a bow to endless now. Resolving to surrender when I close your eyes. Send some light in your senses. Send some light in here.
A shrine in Cassie of the Fractal Tribe.
Let the fires burn tonight. Let the jugs of wine get drunk. Let the truth be known tonight. Don't go let yourself hide. Go and sing to the mountain. Go and sing to the moon. Just about everything, 'cause everything is you.
Good morning, Crestone. Woo. How's everybody doing out there? And our live stream audience as well. Good morning. My name's Lisa Bodie, and I'm the director of the Crestone Energy Fair, so thank you, everyone. We still have a lot of volunteers and crew, as you can see, doing some final touches. It's been a lot of work to create something out of nothing in the desert. So our plan, we're waiting for some of our elders, and we're going to be honoring the 3 and 4 generations of families that live here as some of our roots. So if you can bear with us, especially audience at home, go get your coffee, tea, your morning breakfast, and then come back. We're going to do a half-hour delay. So we're going to try and start this live stream at 11 a.m. instead. So thanks for joining in, and if you see people that need help, maybe right now, pitch in a hand, help a vendor set up a tent, maybe move some of the rocks around. If everybody can pitch in, we'll get this site up and ready. So thank you. Good morning.
Let the fires burn tonight. Let the jugs of wine get drunk. Let the truth be known tonight. Don't go let yourself hide. Go and sing to the mountain. Go and sing to the moon. Go and sing to just about everything. 'Cause everything is you.
Come paint my face, come my hand. I do not wish you to understand. We'll go to war, and by that time may you not fear death anymore. Fortune may hold you, she's not your friend. Kind words spoken, bows deep bend. Flawless creature may wear the sweetest smile. Oh, do not fear, for I will see you in a while. Come paint my face, come take my hand. I do not wish you to understand. Someday you too will go to war, and by that time may you not fear death anymore. Eyes upon you through the years, all of your troubles, all of your fear, always watching, always see. I am you now, and you are me. If I should fall, you take my sword. All that is mine will be yours. Do not fear for those we leave behind. The blood that runs in your veins is mine. Come paint my face, come take my hand. I do not wish you to understand. Someday you too will go to war, and by that time may you not fear death anymore. Yeah, by that time may you not fear death anymore. I am a stone falling through black water. On the bottom I start again. I am a stone falling through black water. My fall, it never ends. My fall, it never ends. Come paint my face, come take my hand. I do not wish you to understand. Someday you too will go to war, and by that time may you not fear death anymore. Come paint my face, come take my hand. I do not wish you to understand. Someday you too will go to war, and by that time may you not fear death anymore. And by that time may you not fear death anymore. And by that time may you not fear death anymore.
Cornbread and butter beans, and you across the table, eating them beans and making love as long as I am able. Hoeing corn and cotton too, and when the day is over, ride the mule and cut the fool and love begin all over. Goodbye, don't you cry, I'm going to Louisiana to buy a coon dog and a big fat hog and marry Susiana. Sing song, ding dong, I'll take a trip to China. Cornbread and butter beans, then back to North Carolina. Cornbread and butter beans, and you cross the table. Eating beans and making love as long as I'm able. Hoeing corn and cotton too, and when the day is over, ride the mule and cut the fool and love begin all over. You die and cause you lots of trouble. Streetcars and whiskey bars and kissing pretty women. Women, yeah, that's the end of a terrible beginning. And cornbread and butter beans, and you cross the table. Eating them beans and making love as long as I'm able. Hoeing corn and cotton too, and when the day is over, ride the mule and cut the fool and love begin all over. Is awful. Raising heck and writing checks, it ought to be unlawful. Silk holes and frilly clothes is just a waste of money. Come with me and stay with me and say you'll be my honey. And cornbread and butter beans, and you cross the table. Eating them beans and I'm making love as long as I am able. Hoeing corn and cotton too, and when the day is over, ride the mule and cut the fool and love begin all over.
Human dreidel spinning around. How do you not dizzy yet and fall down? Is that what happened? I would not get up, I would dance on my back, throw my legs up in the air like I don't care, and wave them from side to side. Then I buzz into a windmill, then right into a backspin. Freaker, right by the speaker, never seem to get enough. Priceless expression when space is possession, like yeah, that's the stuff. Stereo falling, calling for me down the road. It's good in the day, I like it that way, but it's perfectly normal at night. Girl with a lollipop binky and a face full of metal. Her eyes is as wide as a truck and somebody just floored the pedal. Her mental clearance is high, but the overpass is low. She ducks her head and holds on tight. When she gets through, she lets go. 'Cause she's a tweaker, right by the speaker, never seem to get enough. Priceless expression when space is possession, like yeah, that's the stuff. Electronic, stereo, phonics, going from a left and a right. It's good in the day, I like it that way, but it's perfectly normal at night. Yellow shirt bouncers gather in the corner, feel like the room just got a little warmer, pointing at you. What up with that? But don't worry, yo, I got your back. But one of them dudes is as big as the both of us. Big old arms, big as a school bus. Looks like he could snap us into. I ain't got no gun, so I think we should run. I don't know about you, spinning around. How do you not dizzy out and fall down? Ah, that's what happens when you feel the sound. But if that was me, I would be on the ground. I would not get up, I would dance on my back, throw my legs up in the air like I don't care, and waver them from side to side. Not bust into a windmill and right into a backspin. Freaker, right by the speaker, never seem to get enough. Priceless expression when space is possession. Like, yeah, that's the stuff. Electronic stereo fine, home for my living room. It's good in the day, I like it that way, but it's perfectly normal at night.
Raindrops on the rooftop, he said, just stop and listen. Constant as the earthquakes, as the day breaks, stop and listen. Raindrops on the rooftop, he said, just stop and listen. Constant as the earthquakes, as the day breaks, stop and listen.
Takes one to know one. I know how you feel. You got your hunger and some problems that are real. And you're dealing with some demons who are driving you insane. And I've seen them drag you screaming. Let it run your children off. Let it run your wife. Let it take the joy you love. Turn it to despair. You know better. You just don't care. 'Cause you got loaded again. Ain't you handsome when you're high? Nothing matters. Chase that feeling till you die. Blame it on the midnight, thinking number one. Tangled up in two while you were shining like the sun. With a pretty piece of hunger who was younger than her eyes. I begin to wonder how it is you're still alive. 'Cause you got loaded again. Ain't you handsome when you're high? Nothing matters. Chase that feeling till you die.
so, 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 so free, so free, so 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 someday some of you will shine. You're blowing up my mind, hey yo. Someday some of you will shine. You make me feel alive, hello, alive. Fire inside burns. Fire inside. Fire alive it grows. Fire alive it grows. Fire inside it burns. Fire inside burns. Fire alive it grows. Fire alive it
Hello? There we go. Yay. Welcome to the Crestone Energy Fair 2021. We are here and present. Thanks everyone for being here. We want to thank all the wonderful volunteers. And my name is Kim Engard. I'm blessed to be your MC again this year. And we wanted to start the Energy Fair off today with a blessing on the land of water and incense. And thank you, Annie Pace, for doing that. And we are going to have an opening ceremony with many generations to honor them being here in this space, in the sacred valley. And we will be continuing with that after the blessing. So please join us in your hearts and your spirit to bless this wonderful place and to prepare this for the events and the speakers and our union with the earth and with the sky at this Energy Fair. Thank you. Watch the rug.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you all for being out here today. We're doing something really incredible here in Crestone, as y'all know, if you've been here a long time or if you haven't. We just cast some water out into the air, giving a blessing, giving great thanks for the beautiful, beautiful blessing that these mountains provide us. The water that we used went up to the mountains today or yesterday, collected it from a waterfall, climbed up, and captured the water. So we're gonna be carrying that with us this whole time. You know, we're 80%, 70% water, and we need to honor and give thanks. So I have a song for you. Gracias a agüita, la conciencia de la vida, pura agüita. Siento en mi cuerpo el ritmo de la tierra, mira los ríos. Siento en mis brazos el fuego en el centro, dame la fuerza. vuela. El sangre de la tierra vuela. En mi corazón, gracias a agüita, la conciencia de la vida, pura agüita. Plumas y nubes, llueve y llueve, águila mira. Penetración en las piedras, my home, entra la tierra. Baila, hey. Baila, hey. Gracias a agüita, la conciencia de la vida, pura agüita. Gracias a agüita, la conciencia de la vida, pura agüita. Ojo de fuente, río, arroyo, fluya, fluya. Escarbar el camino rojo, viva con toda. Viva, hey. El sangre de la tierra, viva, hey, hey. En mi corazón, gracias a agüita, la conciencia de la vida, pura agüita.
Thank you, Luca. It's amazing. So welcome to the 32nd Annual Crestone Energy Fair. It's a big feat to have held a community event for 32 years, so we are really grateful for all of you to be here. So part of this weekend, we're looking at this from a big permaculture and then social permaculture and conflict resolution lens. And if we look at last year, this was just the desert. It was just cactus. And so we've done a lot of work last year. That was the birthing of something new. And then next, you have a little bit of budding and your sprouts come up. We did that this year with our Beltane ceremony, with our maypole that we have families standing by here, with the prayer flags going into our youth village. And that was a weaving of intention for our gardens, for the way that we live with our natural environment. So we planted those seeds, honor what we have put together here with this energy fair. And then after that, things start to die. There's the death cycle. There's the decomposition. And so we have many elements throughout the weekend placed specifically to help you tie into post them so that we can go back in and birth something new. And so we really feel like that is this start. And so part of today, we're going to be honoring, you know, the lands that we've been on, and we do have some elders coming, so hopefully they'll be able to join us. But looking at our past, you know, this was native land, and so honoring the Apache, the Ute, the Navajo, all of the tribes that have been here before us. And where we're going to go from that is that we have families here that have 3 to 4 generations, and we've brought some of them up here. So I would like to pass it off because they're going to share some of the things of their wisdom. Our theme this year is reconnect. It's self, village, and nature. And so we've asked them if they can share some of their wisdom of what has sustained them or made it more regenerative for themselves, their family and village, and living in this natural environment. So what they've maybe seen, what the values were of our community into now, and how we'd like to move forward. So I'm going to pass it off. Kimberly, Dr. Kimberly Engard is our MC for the weekend. So we want to say thank you, Kim, and it's a big honor to have you introducing all of our speakers and musicians. And so she's going to lead us into introducing some of our families. They're going to share some wisdom with you. And we have a lot in store for you. So it's going to be an amazing weekend. Thank you. Hannah. Yeah. You're going to introduce Hannah, right? What did you say? Amula? Alamor? Alamor. Okay. Okay, we're getting our order. One thing I have to tell you about this weekend is we have a sense of humor too. Everything kind of happens in the moment and it's very organic. So we still have people cleaning up here. It's great. So I want to introduce Hannah Strong, or in the Danish language, it's Olamor, which is ancient mother. Ancient mother? Yeah, see, I got it. And if for those of you that have lived here, you know, Hannah has been here really from the roots of our community. She is one of the 4-generation families, so she does have her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and has done so much work with bringing in these spiritual centers. Most of the centers that are here and the lands, gifting that, really setting the intention and vision for our community. So it's with a lot of honor and respect that I'm going to pass this to Hannah. She's going to have a lot to share with us.
Just a little. Anyway, I just wanted to share some of the spiritual history of this place. We're on Hopi territory, and the beautiful mountain you see down there, Sierra Blanca in English, Cisnajin in Navajo, and Hopaku Tukawi in Hopi, which means Eastern Mountain. And what the Hopis are saying is that this is where the light comes into the world, through this mountain. It's the most important of the 4 sacred mountains for the 4 directions. So we're on Hopi territory, and for tens and thousands of years, Native people have come to this place because of the very high voltage energy that helps transform people. The elders would come here to do their meditation and reach higher levels of consciousness. We have all the shamans' caves over and down through the mountains. So this is where the shamans would come and gain their power, heaven and earth. Then also, it was a place of healing. The healing energy of this place, you could get spontaneously healed here. So a lot of Native people from many different tribes would come here for healing ceremonies. And the young people would come here for their vision quest. They would be put out for 4 nights and 4 days, no food, no water, to connect. One of the main vision quest places in this territory. And according to, we have a big responsibility here to get along, love each other, no matter what you think or you are. Anyway, we're here to build community. And according to the prophet who contacted me when I first came here in '78, we're here with a very big responsibility to build a new civilization of people that are spiritually evolved, good-hearted, right thinking, and right doing. And then he also told me that we had to build these villages to demonstrate to the world how we have to live very, very simply. No waste, organic materials, off the grid, but we have to show the world how we can live very simply. So we have a huge responsibility to carry this out, but we all have to get along and love each other. So, to love.
Thank you, Hannah. So, with that question that was posed, what's the wisdom you would share with our community and our live stream and probably people from around the world on your wisdom for taking care of yourself, our village, this community, and nature? So if there's another family member or elder that would like to speak on that. Isadora Story, come on up. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Isadora, and I've lived here this time for over 31 years. But in the 70s, I went to another community called Findhorn in Scotland. And before I left Findhorn, I was there for about 6 weeks. And before I left, I said, are there any communities in Colorado? And they said, well, there's something up by Fort Collins, something somewhere else. There's this place called Crestone, and it's not much yet. But someday it's going to be a really important spiritual center, earth center. And so I had to find out where Crestone was, and then found out it was in the San Luis Valley. And that I lived in this valley till I was 5.5. And then we had to move to Denver because my dad went to work for the airlines up there after World War II. And I felt the first time I drove in and came over Poncha Pass, I had to stop the car. As soon as I saw the valley, my heart just opened. And I said, home. This is my home. So I didn't move here immediately. My daughter, Brisa, and I came here in 66, 67 for a year. And she and her 2 children live in Crestone now. And so we've all been here for quite a while. And I just love the openness. I love the people. I love being close to these mountains. They're like my grounding here, the mountains. And I don't know what else to say. That's pretty much it. I'm really grateful to be here, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Isadora. Her grandson, Kalen Boone's going to be playing on our flow stage over there tomorrow, and it's his 20th birthday. So make sure you come on out and dance for his set. You know, he grew up here in the charter school, so we're really excited to bring the youth aspect in this weekend, too. Okay, who's next? Mark Potter, the Potter clan.
Hello, if you don't know me, I'm Mark Potter, and I've been here for about 30 years now. And I think we all come here, we all have our own stories, we all have, you know, different circumstances that we got here. I came here trying to find an alternative way for my kids to learn. We came from the Pacific Northwest. My wife and I weren't really happy with, you know, the way that they were teaching my young children then. And we kind of came here on a whim and ended up falling in love with this place and tried to figure out how we were going to stay here. And so we were successful. Now I have my kids live here with their kids. Part of them anyway. I've got 6 kids. And I would just like to say to the community that we have some very difficult challenges coming before us. And I think that we all need to try to work together and figure out solutions to make this place more sustainable. And we have a lot of options, but we do have to try to get along and figure it out and work together. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you. Yeah, this is my son, Gary.
Hi all, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Gary Potter. I'm Mark's oldest son. I've recently moved back to the valley to work at the Water and Sanitation District. It's an honor to be back here, and I'm just glad to see all these people out here and kind of representing the way of life that I remember in Crestone, because there's starting to be quite a few people in this community that are not embodying that sort of way of living with the land and being part of this place, and just caring about each other. And so I really am just grateful to see all you people out here, and I really hope that we can continue to build the community in the way that is sustainable and happy and healthy, and that we can all just get along. So thank you.
Sorry, I have one of my other 3 generationals setting up on the side, so. Thanks, Laura Enzer. A lot of you knew Richard Enzer, and Laura is going to be here with Mountain Laurel Apothecary. So they're going to be setting up, but thank you, Mark and Gary, and the rest of your family for coming out. And who's next? Ooh, Gloria Collin. So Gloria is one of my dear friends and mentors, and is a Sundance sister with me. So we both study with Howard Badhand. He's a Lakota Sioux from Rosebud, and he does a International Sundance for Peace in Red Valley, Arizona, and that's bringing 2 tribes. He's bringing the Lakota and the Dene language together, and he set this intention last year really with being part of our opening ceremony of blessing the land and blessing the people, and then part of that closing. And Gloria has been with us these last few years. This is the 3rd year of us with the energy fair of opening that space and closing. So I'm going to hand it over to my lovely sister Gloria.
I'm gonna sing a sacred song.
I better not.
Jeff, where's Jeff? Can I just put this in here?
I do want to invite too, I know people have been coming in, and with our traffic, if you were one of our native elders or guests, or if you were one of our 3 to 4 generation family guests and you're just arriving, please feel free. If you don't want to join, you can join us on stage. We can fill this stage, or you can come back and please enjoy some refreshments and snacks. So I just see new people coming in. So please feel welcomed to come and join us. Thank you.
You might as well just stay up here.
No. Here you go. You got to get close.
Okay. Let's just turn it down a little bit. Because, no. Well, I can't drum, so if somebody wants to drum, they're certainly welcome. But,
yes.
But what I want to do is just send peace out into the world. Yes. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Okay. So Howard's motto is peace. Somebody's got to do it, right? And so on the back of his t-shirts, it's a picture of Howard, and he's sending peace out into the world. And so that's exactly what I want to do today, is just send peace. And so this is a sacred song that we use in ceremony. And so I'd like it not to be taken apart and, until it's, proper time. Chanu pawani chaupelo taya. In Afghanistan, peace to the people that are suffering in the world, peace to all those families that haven't known peace for a long time. So Grandfather, Great Spirit, I ask that peace start right here in this community and in all of our hearts, and that we spread it out throughout the world. Ho-ho, matakiyapi. Ho-ho.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you to all our Sundance families and everyone keeping the ceremonies alive and keeping the protection on those altars. that really are providing those roots of healing for us. Usnia? What's your, Usnia? I don't even know your last name. Martinez. That's what I thought. Oh, we've got Usnia Martinez, and she's got a lot of her family out here. So, do you want this on here? So, thank you for coming.
You bet. Thank you. I'm representing in two clans, the Martinezes and the Morleys, and I know you probably know most of them. My son Brian, Deb's son Rob, and their beautiful family. I have 12 grandchildren here and 2 great-grandsons that were born in this community. And I came here in '96 for the first time to help out at the ashram of Babaji. Somebody told me they had my Govinda, and they told me I had to come to Crestone. So I came to Crestone, and we worked 3 weeks up there helping to build some straw bale house and place, but I didn't come back here until my one granddaughter, Mackenzie Martinez, was born. I love this community. I love the spirit. I love the love that I have received from here. There are some very, very divine people in this community. And when I go to anything Sunday, when they had that concert in the park, and I looked out at the audience and I saw the diversity of some of the most beautiful people. Mothers holding babies, nursing babies, children dancing with their daddies and their mamas. And when you have a village of diversity of very little ones and very old ones, you have a very strong village. And I want to see this place grow into that village of love and peace. The only way we can prevent the hatred is by loving each other and remembering the word namaste, that the divine within me recognizes the divine within you. And when we can say that to each other, every time we meet each other and hug each other from the heart, heart to heart, then you know you have something very special here. Welcoming and love. The wisdom, it's love. Unconditional love for all. And when we can walk in that 24/7 for the rest of our lives, we will heal all of the land. And namaste.
So I'll just take a minute and ad lib. And one of the things that really helps communities, these guys are still working and moving rocks and setting up work parties. It binds communities together. That's one of the things. And rites of passage, you know, doing our different things of coming of age ceremonies and really appreciate. Yeah. The question was sharing wisdom.
Sharing wisdom.
Of how you've sustained yourself with yourself and your family here over the years, and just advice. Mady Bell, Lakish, and Joy Hill are going to be our first group up too. They're going to teach you about food preservation and canning, and in this high desert environment, they're going to be over on the community stage next at noon. So,
wow, a big topic on short notice. But, you know, I look around here. I look around this space. And these are all my family. You know? So many of you I have known since I came here in '93. And that was a big move for me. But I came here, well, this son Alder brought me here the very first time in 1990. When he thought, optimistically, that if you could organize all the young people in the world, that you could achieve world peace. So he had his first World Peace Conference in Crestone, and I think it was either 90 or 91, and it was at the campground. And Cyril at Sri Aurobindo Center was generous enough to pay their campground fees. And I just happened to come out from our homestead in Missouri and spent the weekend cooking at the campsite. It's been fun. Log buildings really make me feel comfortable, much more comfortable than the newer architectural styles. So that was Ivan. I have 3 boys. They are all very different. But Ivan was the one that had the dyslexia issue and the schooling issue, and we tried 6 or 7 schools, and it wasn't working. And so I decided, you know, I came up here on a weekend. I attended a homeopathic workshop, met Karen Aker, who had a son with similar issues and was willing to help teach. I might be the only remaining members of the initial startup group, parent groups, that is. Our children are still here too. I'm really glad to see some of them back there. So that was a big focus for me here, was education. And so we did eventually, thanks to the charter school legislation, managed to get a charter school here. And I liked the vision we had of it being an alternative educational structure to the standard that we find in Moffat. I don't have any, you know, I actually have teaching certificates, but so I've had experience with those standard learning styles, and they work for a lot of people. But there's a few people they don't work for, and that's why we started the charter school. And we want to have every student find their individual way of learning. And I think that's a very important piece to me still. So, you know, I'm teaching some home preservation classes up there today. And if anybody would like to come, we'd be happy to have you.
Thank you, Mady Bell. And Chelsea Braden's setting up, I think some of you know her grandson is Tillian, Chelsea's son. So she has Forged and Sewn. She and Laura, they're going to be our multi-generational family, honoring them with their elixir bar this weekend. So please support these young women in these families this weekend. So we got to do a time check. I'm sorry, everyone. We have a schedule. Where are we at, Nick? Perfect. Okay. Annie Pace is going to come. Some of you, Annie is like a world-renowned Ashtanga yoga teacher. So those of you that have come to practice and have spent time with her over the years know how much she's been a foundation for your practice and your growth and your introspection here. So she's going to lead us in a chant. And I want to thank all of these families for being here. It really is an honor for us to collect the wisdom, and those of us that haven't been here as long, to gain that from you. So we want to weave that in. So come on up, Annie. Thank you.
So this chant is a Vedic mantra, and basically it says what he said, what Mark Potter said a few moments ago about we need to work together. Can we just work together and make it happen? So I'm going to say the translation first, and then I will say the chant. I know some of you know this. Please chant along. And okay. And the last part says Om triple peace, Om Shanti, 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 and maybe everyone could join in that part at the very end. The translation is, may the divine protect and nourish us. May we work together with great energy. May our studies be fruitful, and may we live in harmony. Om, peace. So this mantra has been around for a bazillion years and is traditionally recited at the beginning of something, a new endeavor, a new relationship, a new event, new beginnings, and reconnections. Sahana Vavatu. Sahana Bhunaktu. Sahaviryam Karavavahai. Tejasvinavaditamastu. Ma.
Beautiful. Thank you, Annie. So I'm going to have none other than Donovan Spitzman come on up to the stage. So I want to thank Eric Mackey. He donated this land, this 10 acres, for us to transform into this beautiful space last year. And we did this in a time when we've been doing this event in the town, and we've been asked, why aren't we there? And last year with the world situation and things, they weren't comfortable hosting it, but we knew this was too important to not do this event. That we have to be feeding each other, sheltering each other, clothing each other, even more than ever. And so Nick Navarro is our producer of the event. He'll be joining Donovan up on stage as well. So come on up, Nick. And Donovan has been holding this torch for a long time for us, you know, over the years being involved in the fair, from organizing it as a director to doing building workshops to having the home tours, building his own hybrid Earthship. So it's just really honored that I have such a good friend in you to share this with. So come on up and tell them how we're going to get them all involved this year.
Thank you, Bodie. So after hearing all of the elders kind of share some of their history and some of the things that they see coming, we have an interactive thing that we'd like to try to do again this year. We did it a couple of years ago, and essentially it's like a community conversation. For those of you that have been around Crestone for quite a while and have ever gone to one of our board meetings or one of our POA meetings or any type of a group gathering, it gets interesting when we all start trying to share our ideas and our inspirations and the directions that we think are a good idea. Some of us are kind of loud, so we talk a lot. And some of the people with the softer voices don't always get heard. And so the format that we've set up over in the community tent is essentially a community idea garden. And so you'll see a big board over there with a bunch of markers hanging on it. If you have a question you want to ask the community, just write it up there. If you see a question that you want to comment on it. It is essentially a living document that we'll have throughout the entire weekend. You can put a check mark or a smiley face or a heart by something that someone put up there that you think is a great idea or something that we should follow maybe a little deeper or look into deeper as a community. Like Mr. Potter said, there are things that are coming our way that we won't be able to avoid. We have to start addressing some of these realities inside of our community, if for no other reason than just our specific location being so remote. If we have an issue in this country, either economically or environmental or whatever happens, if our supply chains stop, and we've all seen them slow down a little bit, y'all, we're the first people that get cut off. So if we don't have our act together out here, we are going to have to migrate to wherever they tell us to go. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel super good about that. So as a community, to be able to start sharing ideas and start postulating ways that we can be more sustainable on our footprint, whether that's the footprint of your home. I'm a big earth shipper. Michael Reynolds is one of my heroes for creating housing and dwellings that process all of the inhabitants' waste on its own footprint, collects water, grows food, makes power. These are things that we really need to evaluate where we're standing. Some of the things to think about if you do live here and maybe you're new is the Baca goes across what I believe to be, and actually I should ask Mr. Potter because he knows. I understand we cross 5 glacial alluviums with our infrastructure. Pretty close. So we cross 5 different glacial alluviums with our infrastructure, and our infrastructure crosses them in perpendicular. So as those glaciers are sliding down the mountain and they're fanning out, our infrastructure goes this way. So it's constantly being pressed by everything coming out of the mountains in 5 different directions and in different directions in each alluvium. Any surface event that actually happens here, we have an issue. Do not kid yourselves. We have to start thinking about these things in the event that it does happen within our lifetimes. That community conversation, those community idea boards, that's what this is about. How do we grow more food together? How do we preserve that food? Where are we going to store it if we don't have electricity or if we don't have access to propane? Where do we go next? How do we stay here, not have to leave? We are at the top of the watershed. We have more sun, which you'll realize by the end of the day, than we know what to do with. But how do we utilize these resources effectively, collectively, to go into the future without having to be so tied to what's going on outside of our bubble? This is my bubble. I definitely live my life here in Crestone in soft focus through rose-colored lenses. I don't pay attention so much to what's happening on the other side of Poncha Pass or basically anything south of 112. We have some amazing resources here that can help us through all of this, and they're doing their best to make it work. So if you have ideas, if you have questions, if you see challenges that maybe you don't think we're looking at or addressing, throw them up on the board. Let's discuss them. Let's let that document live over the course of the weekend. And what we found is at the end of the weekend, it becomes very, very clear what things we should start paying attention to over the next year. Does that make sense? Is that right with me? Yeah. Okay, cool. I love that. Can I introduce Nick? I can. But before I do, Bodie? No, we're not going to. We have an emergency that we have to do. Oh, we have an emergency?
Yeah, okay.
Nick has an emergency. This is Nick.
Hi. Okay, so if you are parked outside the gates to the left, we need you to move your car immediately, or in that circle. If you are parked on the left-hand side, go and do that now before you get towed. So I just need to make sure everyone's aware of that. You can park on the right-hand side, and in this instance, we'll actually even let you park inside the gates if you need to, but just make sure you are not parked on the left-hand side, please. Please and thank you. Oh, okay. So anyways.
Okay.
Nick doesn't do directions.
Hold on. Okay, so Nick is our event producer. Let's give him a big hand because all of this, the logistics, the detail down to every little thing that you have to look at to make this event possible is amazing. So thank you, Nick. So now Nick's going to tell you about how you can calmly interact with all of us this weekend and our amazing speakers and presenters. And we've got the youth village, but I'm going to let him tell you about some of these things.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nick Navarez. Welcome to the Crestone Energy Fair. This is my 4th year producing this event, and it's only gotten bigger and better, and we really appreciate you guys coming. You know, we have 2 days this year of multiple stages of entertainment and interactive community discussions and presentations. Here on the regenerative stage, you'll hear conversations about, alternative building, sustainable gardening, the use of entheogens in holistic medicine and therapy, as well as some fantastic bands and DJs throughout the evening. Out here, we have over 40 different vendors, food vendors from 2 states. We have a conscious kitchen, so if you come here and you can't afford to eat, we will feed you, or if you want to help contribute to that, we will also accept that as well. Our community stage has more communal-based conversations about sustainable living and regenerative existence here in this high-altitude desert environment. It's going to be a great weekend. I'm super excited. I'm very thankful for both Donovan and Lisa to continue to put up with me in this amazing event. And don't forget the Rainbow Lightning Kids area. Taylor Martin has again set up her spectacular kids area for kids to interact and have a really fun time throughout the day. Let's see, what else? Faith Johnson is in charge of our communal kitchen. She has done a spectacular job. Who else? Okay, great. Do your dishes. Yes, do your dishes. I already got to that. All right, otherwise, we hope you have a fantastic event and look forward to a great 2 days. Thank you, everybody at home, and we'll see you soon.
I'm going to mess everything up. I just want to take a quick second, actually, to thank Nick as he's running away, because I'm sure he has a list as long as his arm to handle today. Nick, we would not ever be able to grow to this level without you. I can't thank you enough. And for those of you that were around the years where I was the chicken with my head cut off, trying to do a whole bunch of stuff all at once, it has been unbelievable to have the team of Nick and Lisa to take this event over and allow it to develop to where it is now. So thank you, Nick. And the last thing I want to say before I totally disrupt everything is Lisa Bodie, sweetheart, all of our elders said it way better than I'll ever say it. If we can't get along and garden together, we're doomed. I don't care what our differences are in how we build a house, in how we live our life, in what kind of car we drive, or who in the hell we vote for. It really has no relevance if we're not able to get into the garden and turn dirt and sow seed. So please keep this in mind. And I have, obviously, I am someone who pushes the envelope really hard, and I definitely, I push the envelope really hard. And so Bodhi is the one that keeps us all together and reminds us that it is about each other. It's about our interpersonal stuff and getting through that and figuring out what's on the other side. So thank you, Bodhi.
Thanks. Oh, I love you. Okay.
She puts up with a lot from me.
Oh, I put up a lot with all of y'all. Okay, to wrap this up, I was going to tell you about those patterns that bind. Breaking bread, that's another one. We've got that all weekend. Intimacy through adversity. We got some adverse conditions here, but we are getting intimate with working with the land here, so let's do it. Another one was grieving. And so one of the pieces we have is a memorial that I really encourage everyone, if you have a photo, a memento of someone that's passed in our community and you'd like to share that, it's on our mound just southeast of the kitchen area, across from our community stage. We also have an area where there is a small staff placed in front of the Beltane pole. That is our community branch. We're going to ask you to put something, it can be a flower, it can be a rock, it can be something sacred to you, but leave an item that is your commitment to this community and this village as a reminder, and we'll start building a beautiful space there. So those are some of the other interactive areas. And the final one that binds communities is cutting loose. So I want to see all of you on the dance floor and doing yoga and interacting with all of our other beautiful movement practices, because we have some amazing musicians and dancing, and we will see you all throughout the weekend. Thank you.
And some of the vendors we have out here, and we will be starting with our presentation soon. Thank you so much.
Arbolito divino, raíces profundos, abraza el mundo, nuestro camino, con tu medicina, todas las plantas divinas, mariririri. Yajecito curaca de la selvacita, la pachamamita trae sabiduría, nuestra familia trae alegría, la liana que guía, capi, 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 capi. Ayahuasquita cura mi cuerpo con tu amorcito, cura mi mente, viejo doctorcito, cura mi gente, poderoso abuelito, bobo, 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 bobo. Trae nai con la vida de la baila, cura con la guaira, limpia, limpia taita, vibrando con la hualca, con la madre selva, taita, curaca, ara. Pasa el mundo, nuestro camino, con tu medicina, todas las plantas divinas, mariririri. Trae nai con la vida de la baila, cura con la guaira, limpia, limpia taita, vibrando con la hualca, con la madre selva, taita, curaca, ara, ararararara.
Testing. Well, welcome back to our main stage, our regeneration stage. And we'd like to introduce, or I would like to introduce, our first speaker. Her name is Navona Gallegos, and she will be speaking on dust to soil, the right regulations and ecological regeneration. A great way to start our first speaker on the stage. Navona is an ecologist and farmer working to transition desert back to the grassland in an arid southwest of Turtle Island. She works and educates on the intersection of clean water, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and nutrition, the soil. Navona's passion is decolonization, and she seeks building soil as the keystone that allows us to step into the right relations with our surrounding ecologies, accessing more of our innate capacity, and to create a culture that truly meets our needs. Please welcome to our stage, Navona Gallegos.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Appreciate it. Thanks for that intro. If anyone is interested, I have some handouts that have some resources on soil and yeah, just like a little guide on different soil principles and stuff I'm talking about. And I'm going to stick them at the front of the stage, and I might say that again if I see more people. Okay, thanks. So I'm Navona Gallegos, and I'm stoked to be talking about soil because I think it's the most important thing that we can be focusing on right now, along with a lot of other very important things. But yeah, if you eat or if you breathe, then soil matters to you. And soil is really what we come from and hopefully where we go. And soil is sort of the intersection of life. It's where the mineral meets the animal and the plant and the organic, and where nutrients are cycled. And the type of nutrient cycling really dictates what's going on in our bodies and our spirit and our minds and our ecosystems. So soil is something that we can look at if we're, the way I got to focusing on soil is that it's sort of the intersection of all these different issues that are really relevant to us as beings on the earth right now. So climate change, ocean acidification, clean water, nutrient density in foods, our microbiome and our health, all of this is dictated by and mediated by soil. And there are all these simple solutions to soil, or to all these pretty macro issues that we can find if we just reconnect to and start to change our paradigm around how we engage with soil and what soil is. One sec. We'll see if taking her off the leash is the right move. We'll see. So yeah, I want to just start with some sort of macro looks at soil, and then as we get sort of more of an idea of what soil is and how it works on a more ecosystem and global scale, then we can start to get more micro and look at how, like, actual specific things that we can do in our homes, our homesteads, our yards, our wildlands, where we're actually working with soil. And the cool thing about soil is that you can get infinitely complex and myopic, in a good way, about soil and soil organisms. But the actual practices of working with soil can be really simple and really straightforward and intuitive, because soil is life, and our ancestors, you know, as humans, we've been around for about 1 million years, and so we've evolved with soil. And then obviously before that, just as animals, our senses are really geared towards being in a healthy soil environment and cultivating a healthy soil environment. And so we'll start to look at that too. So going from the sort of macro principles to actual specific applications, if you'll just bear with me for the bigger picture stuff, then as we get farther in, I definitely welcome specific questions about what you're looking at in your soils. But yeah, so with permaculture, we have these guiding principles, and then the number one principle is observation. right? And so just being with land, observing the water, observing the plants, the animals, all the other beings, visible and invisible, that are in a place is really how we start to work in permaculture, right? And then we have these different permaculture principles, and the way that they're applied look different depending on what unique spot on the Gaia we're relating to. And it's the same with soil. So I was just talking to an Apache friend of mine, and he gave me this really sweet reminder that, you know, every different people knows that where they come from is the center of the earth. You know, so his family thinks of Carson, just down the way, down 285 in New Mexico, near where I live, as the center of the earth, where the universe comes from. And my Seminole friend from Florida says that they came from a hole in a log in Florida, and that's the center of the earth. And none of these ideas of the center of the earth are conflicting, because the earth is a sphere. I think the earth is a sphere, and respect if you don't. That's legit as well. But if the earth is a sphere, then everywhere on the Gaia is the center. And so I'd like to approach soil just with that type of connection and relationship and idea of kinship, and just the importance of everywhere, whether it's a little patch of dirt or a driveway or an old growth forest, that there are voices that we can listen to. And then if we just follow these guidelines and follow our intuition and our senses and our intellect, that we can really restart this age-old process of soil building that happens whether or not we're involved. And as long as we don't mess with it, or as long as we don't stop that process, it'll happen. And what we can do with this process of soil building is we can speed it up so that we can enjoy healthy soil in abundance during our lifetimes and create a positive feedback loop for future generations. So if anyone who's coming up is interested in some handouts, I have some stuff that you can just look at if you like to have something visual. So what is soil? Soil is 3 different things. So it is the mineral, which is sort of the conventional, as in the last couple hundred years, idea of soil, and that's, yeah, go for it. And that's the sand, the silt, the clay, the crystalline lattices that make the mineral aspect of soil. And that's mostly what we're looking at, like in this circle here. It's mostly mineral. And in any cubic yard of soil anywhere on Earth, or of dirt rather, so dirt is just the mineral, soil is alive, and it includes dirt, and includes some other things as well. But on any cubic yard of dirt anywhere on Earth, there are all the nutrients in abundance that we need for life. Right now, science says that plants require 42 different nutrients, and that list just keeps growing as we keep going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of Western science. But all of those nutrients are available in abundance. All the essential, all the nutrients that make up the essential amino acid building blocks for animals, for like us, are all abundant. But what's going on is that they're not all bioavailable. So if we were to take a foot of this dirt right here, we have all the the nitrogen, all the molybdenum, all the boron, all the calcium, whatever we need, but we can't eat it, and plants can't necessarily eat it. And so that's where the other part of the soil, which is the real heroes of life on Earth, like terrestrial life, which is the soil organisms, especially the fungi and the bacteria, come in, because they have the capacity to strip atoms off of the rock and build those atoms into bioavailable nutrients that plants and animals can take up. So fungi, especially, bacteria do some of this, but fungi are really the keystone kingdom, and the whole reason that we have terrestrial life is because they are the master alchemists on Earth, and our Western science chemistry can't touch the type of reactions, the type of decomposition and composition that fungi can do. And so really, I'm going to say a lot of different things, but the main takeaway that I hope you get is that if you're interested in building soil, then you want to learn about fungi. So soil is the mineral, the sand, silt, clay, the particles. It's the soil organisms, so the bacteria, the fungi, and then a bunch of other organisms that are visible with our eyes and also not visible with our eyes. I'm just looking around for my dog. Whatever. Anyway, so the other organisms in the soil, we can get really detailed, but we don't necessarily need to for what we're talking about. But there's protozoa, there are nematodes, there are all these other little animals. There are microarthropods, which are basically microscopic insects. There are macroarthropods, which are insects. And so the organisms in the soil are swimmers, and they're predators. They eat each other, they eat the bacteria, they eat the fungi. It's like a really complex web of relationship in healthy soil. And all those organisms are doing whatever their unique expression of their beingness and creation is to create niches for themselves and for the web of soil life. And so they're making the building blocks of soil. The bacteria and the fungi are making these glues that create the structure of soil that allow there to be air pockets and allow liquids to travel throughout the soil. And the nematodes and the protozoa are swimmers, and so they need those liquids to move through the soil. The organisms are really what create the soil. And so the other aspect of soil is the organic matter. And that is basically the dead bodies of the soil organisms and their exudates, which is basically their pee and poop or like anything that comes out of them that isn't an actual organism. That's the organic matter. And the organic matter is mostly made of carbon. And that really matters to us for the big picture stuff because all the carbon in the soil originally came from the atmosphere. And so the way that soil works is, because life is complex and nonlinear, soil is complex and nonlinear, and so we can't really pick one sort of starting point of the soil food web. You can pick any node on the web and travel across the web and find the rest of the nodes. But let's just start with plants and photosynthesis. So plants do this miraculous chemistry of combining the sun's energy and carbon dioxide and doing photosynthesis, and they draw in the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and they create simple sugars, which are carbon-based molecules. And that carbon goes down into the root system. In addition to building the plant body, it also goes into the root system, and most plants actually exude 30 to 70% of the carbon they create into the soil. And the reason they do that is because it's beneficial to them. So rather than hoarding the carbohydrates they create, they build this web of soil relations by exuding these sugars, which are these simple carbon-based molecules, and they feed specific fungi and specific bacteria. And the plant chooses what to do with this. So if the plant knows that it needs more calcium, then it will create a specific sugar that will feed a specific bacteria species that can make that calcium available. Or the chain can get more complex where they can feed a bacteria species that a particular protozoa will eat, and then the excretion from the protozoa will make that calcium available, et cetera. So it gets really complicated, but the point and the thing that we really are going to care about now more and more as we're looking at our climate and our environment is that what's happening basically is that carbon is coming out of the atmosphere as CO2, and it's being released, the oxygen is being released into the environment, into the atmosphere, and the carbon is being sequestered in the soil as all these soil organisms and as the soil structures that the organisms create. So the different glues and the different building blocks that the fungi and the bacteria make. And this gets more and more complex to the point where the fungi make these amazing, amazing structures called humic acids. And those are the most complicated carbon-based organic structures on Earth. They study them in all sorts of labs, like in Los Alamos. They're studying the humic substances because they defy our understanding of physics. And not just Newtonian physics, but the current understanding of quantum physics. Like, they don't understand how these lattices of carbon-based molecules can transport oxygen and other gases and other liquids the way that they do, but they do, and they're very, very stable. And so this is where we can actually sequester carbon for thousands and thousands of years in our soil and store it. And the fungi are the ones who mediate all this. So the fungi compose these humic substances, and they also eat these humic substances. And these humic substances allow the fungi to mediate the fluxes and flows of nutrients in the soil so that plants get exactly what they need when they need it. So instead of us applying inorganic fertilizers or even organic fertilizers, most of the fertilizers that we apply to plants don't actually get taken up by plants. If a plant has these consensual mutual relationships with fungi and bacteria and the rest of the soil food web, then they get exactly the nutrients that they need when they need them. And that's because the fungi can lock up, say, a vitamin K or something in this humic structure, and it's bound in this way that bacteria can't eat it up or the protozoa can't eat it up. But when a plant signals that it needs it, then a fungus, little hypha, can actually reach into these humic substances and pull out that particular vitamin and make it available to a plant when it needs it, which is just mind-blowing. And so a lot of what we've done in farming for the last 10,000 years, and it's greatly accelerated over the last 100 and definitely over the last 80 years since we started doing basically warfare farming and using World War II chemical byproducts to fertilize soil and kill the soil food web, is that we've tried to replace this process that worked tremendously well. And so our work is to help aid this process of building the soil, of allowing the soil organisms to do what they do, of allowing the plants to dictate their own needs. And the beauty of that is that we get to step out a little bit. We don't have to keep tilling and weeding and applying all kinds of stuff. We can just enjoy the abundance once we get this positive feedback loop started. So that's sort of the overview of what we're aiming for. And I sort of boiled it down to 4 different principles that help me think about soil when I'm engaging with it, because every situation is different. If you're working with a wetland or a forest, or I've grown hemp in the desert for the last 3 years, and that's a whole other project. So the first node is aerobic. So this whole system, with some exceptions, is aerobic. There are situations where soil becomes anaerobic, and that's where pathogens occur. So all human pathogens are anaerobic organisms, which gives us some insight into why, like a septic situation or anywhere that doesn't have oxygen flow is smelly or like unpleasant to us. It's because we've evolved with these systems, and so we know. So like our nose knows that if something smells bad, if our compost smells bad, if an area of soil or a part of a lake or any system that we're working with, or like a part of our kitchen cabinet or whatever, if it smells bad, then there's something anaerobic going on, and our body knows to be repulsed by that, because anaerobic organisms do all kinds of different types of metabolism that are different from us aerobic organisms. And the beneficial soil organisms that we're looking for, which are all aerobic, with the exception of some facultative organisms who can switch between aerobic and anaerobic. The plants are aerobic, they respire too. So what we're always looking for is to keep a system aerobic. And if we smell that there's something funky, then it is, and we can investigate that and check it out. And so how do we create an aerobic system? So under this dirt, which is pretty compacted, it's pretty anaerobic. So if plant roots try to get down there, it's A, just physically difficult to get in there, but B, there aren't the soil organisms that can support their growth. There tend to be some more anaerobic organisms, especially if fertilizer is applied. Then there's a bloom of anaerobic organisms, and then we get a more toxic situation. Because again, the byproducts of anaerobic metabolism are all kinds of different things that are mostly toxic to aerobes. We can use them sometimes like the alcohols and the vinegars, but if you use too much of that, then that can be deadly. So the main tenet of working with ecosystems, just generally, whether they're land ecosystems like this grassland we're looking at, or if it's our gut biome ecosystem, or even I think our human community ecosystems, which we can't really detach from the soil ecosystem that they are in relation to. The main tenet of building a robust, healthy ecosystem is diversity. And so every single different species, every functional group of organism, like the fungi and the bacteria, within those there are all these subsets of species and genera, and they're all doing different stuff. And if you have maybe 4 or 5 different plants and a small diversity of organisms, then if we get some sort of perturbation to the system, like we get some drought or a heat wave or any other type of disturbance, and it knocks out some of those organisms, then we don't have other folks to fall back on. But if we have a big diversity, then we're always going to have other organisms who can step in and keep that system cycling and the nutrient cycling so we can keep life and we don't have collapses. And so the way that introducing diversity can look is actually pretty simple. And we have some lovely ways of orienting that were passed on from different indigenous cultures. So the 3 sisters, I'm sure most of you have heard of the 3 sisters. And 3 different plants is pretty close to a monocrop. So we want a lot more than 3. But the point of the 3 sisters, and that's really like the technology behind that, is not just the grass, the squash, the corn, the squash, and the beans, but it's that each of those different plants represent a different functional group of plants. And so what we want, if we're planting a garden or trying to regenerate soil, is we want 10 plus different species of each of those functional groups. So the corn is a grass, the beans are a legume, and the squash are forbs. And forbs are basically just flowering broadleaf plants. And so that's a pretty big category. Legumes form beneficial relationships with nitrogen-fixing bacteria, and grasses tend to accumulate more phosphorus in the soil. And so if we have multiple representatives of each of these different groups, we also want a lot of trees and different shrubs and whatnot. But amongst all those systems, even if it's an orchard, we still want these 3 functional groups, the grasses, the forbs, and the legumes. And what happens is that the soil builds a lot faster. So you can build some soil if you're cover cropping with a rye in the winter, and then you mow that down, and then you plant something else. And if you till it, then that's a whole other story, which we'll get to in a second. But if you're just doing cover crop with a couple different plants, then you can build some soil, but it's a lot faster if we have a huge diversity of plants, because each plant is feeding a whole host of different soil organisms, and they're able to mine all kinds of different nutrients, macronutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, and also micronutrients like manganese and boron and cobalt and all these different things that make the food flavorful, that make it more nutritious to us. I'm sure you all have heard that a tomato today has 10% of the nutrient value that it did 100 years ago. And that's because our soil is depleted. And so we have all these foods that are empty calories, even if they're grown organically. If they don't have the fungal relationships and the bacterial relationships to bring those micronutrients from the mineral into the plant, then they're not going to taste as good. And they're also, and again, because we evolved with these systems too, we're intrinsically part of the earth as well. The fact that they don't taste as good is an indicator that they're not as good for us. So anyway, if we plant a diversity of plants, then those fungal relationships can start where the fungi are connecting, say, a legume to a grass, and they're trading the phosphorus for the nitrogen, and then they can allow that creates more nitrogen available for a squash, and there's all kinds of different trading relationships that happen, and it's all consensual, really. Plants can opt out of it if you fertilize a lot, and they don't need to form these relationships where they're giving the sugar to the soil organisms, then they won't, and then the soil food web won't start. And so it's really a matter of just creating the conditions where these organisms can grow, as opposed to trying to, say, fight off the things that we don't want, like the weeds, or introduce a whole heap of fertilizers that don't allow these webs to build. And if any of you have any questions as I'm going, feel free to jump in as I'm touching on these different things. So, yeah, so we want a diversity of plants, and the diversity of plants brings in a diversity of organisms. Also, we can introduce a diversity of organisms, and that's really what we're looking at in this part of the world. So I was just in Tennessee a couple of days ago, and it's just nuts. It's so verdant and so green. You can just like throw any seeds out there, and the soil is already ready because there's already so many soil organisms ready to jump in, other than the areas where there's been a lot of spraying, but just because there's so much water and already so much verdance. But here, it's important that we compost. And composting is a whole science in itself, but the main thing that we have to understand with compost is going back to that concept of aerobic versus anaerobic. If a compost smells bad, then it's growing anaerobic organisms, and we're actually going backwards. And those anaerobic organisms are trying to create a situation in the soil that's beneficial for them, which means a compacted anaerobic soil. And we get organisms like ciliates and root-feeding nematodes and things that actually eat our plant roots and make it harder for us to build soil. So the main thing with composting, there are all these different types of compost, but the main thing with composting is that we want to keep it aerobic. We want diversity in our compost inputs, because the more inputs we have, the more different types of organisms can grow in that compost. So we want to compost with, we can do manures, we can do wood chips. If we're doing wood chips, we want to do softwoods and hardwoods. Just always introducing diversity. So the composting techniques that I think are the easiest and most user-friendly are, first is the Johnson-Su bioreactor. David Johnson and Huchin Su down in Las Cruces, New Mexico, came up with this. And it's really cool. It's like a bioreactor sounds a little techie. It's not. It's a big cylinder with like rebar mesh, and you fill it all in one go. And you put these, you put PVC pipes in it before you fill it. And you fill it with wetted material, whether that's wood chips or leaves or clippings or manure or whatever it is, and you want to ideally have a diversity of inputs, although David Johnson has done it with just leaves or just wood chips, and he's had amazing, amazing results. And it's a really cool type of composting because it's super simple. You just fill it all up in one go, and then you occasionally water it, and after a day of filling it up, the compost material sort of settles around, it's in a cylinder, and it settles around these PVC pipes, and then you take the pipes out, and they're arranged in this way that it's kind of like a Metatron's cube. It's kind of heady and cool, and it's like a 5-pointed star. It's like another one in the middle. And it's important if you're doing a Johnson-Su compost to just follow the dimensions exactly. Because if you go bigger, then you'll get more anaerobic pockets. If you go smaller, then it'll dry out faster. But there are tons and tons of videos online, and it's pretty user-friendly, and you can do it in like 2 days. And what's cool about this compost is that it stays aerobic without turning. And so it allows fungal diversity to really explode because you don't have to break up the fungi to turn the compost and keep it aerobic. And so the fungi can really form these big networks throughout the compost, and that were thought to be extinct, and like bacteria that decompose gold. And it gets really, really biodiverse. And it's so cool because it's so simple. And it doesn't surprise me that David Johnson discovered this because he's in his 60s and he spent most of his life homesteading. And then he got interested in soil and he went back to school and he got his PhD in soil. And he and his wife put together this really like common sense, awesome way of composting that I highly, highly suggest. And it sits for about a year. And so if you're interested in improving your soil, I suggest you start one. And then, so that's the Johnson-Su compost. And then if you're interested in compost that you can just keep adding your kitchen scraps to, something that's sort of cumulative rather than something that you just build all in one go, and something that you can draw from pretty soon, like within a month. Then worm composting is really, really accessible and really lovely because the worms do most of the work. You don't have to heat it or let it heat up because the worms keep it aerated. The worms kill the pathogens as they're eating the compost material. They actually kill pathogens in their intestines, and the beneficial organisms mostly make it out through their intestines. So you can get a really fungal and a really lovely compost with worm composting, and all you have to do again is just make sure that it stays aerobic. So if it starts to gather flies, that's a sign that it's starting to get anaerobic. If it's starting to smell, then it's becoming acidic and out of straw bales. If you add more woody type materials like wood shavings or paper, then it'll be more fungal because bacteria, like they live fast and die young, and they're really competitive, and they'll outcompete soil of compost, of anything we're doing on land, because they're the ones who innovated life on land out of the sea. Sorry, I got distracted. So yeah, if you're thinking about the fungi in the soil, then all the other organisms in the soil are going to follow suit pretty much, because you can have a really bacterial soil with a big diversity of aerobic bacteria, but if there's no fungi, then you're not quite getting the structure in the soil, and you can't get past a certain degree of succession, of plant succession, which I'll talk about in a second. But if we have the fungi, then we definitely have the protozoa, the nematodes, the bacteria are happy. As long as the fungi are happy, then everybody else in the soil is happy. And so once we introduce all these organisms to the soil, whether it's our diversity of plants or our diversity of soil organisms from compost, then the next thing is sort of the maintenance there, which is the needs. So it's all relationship, right? Whether it's relationship between the protozoa and the bacteria, or us and the plants, it's all relationship, and relationship really hinges on needs. And so we can just orient ourselves towards what the needs of the soil organisms are. And that's pretty much the same as us, because we're all aerobic organisms and we all eat and we all breathe. So they need food, shelter, and water. And what that looks like is always keeping the soil covered. So ideally, we always want photosynthetic cover, which is to say we always want living roots in the soil because they're always feeding the soil food web. But if we're just starting off, that it doesn't have to just be photosynthetic cover, as in plants everywhere. If we just have dirt like this, then we want to start with mulch. And that mulch is food for the fungi and for the bacteria, and it supports their water needs because it limits evaporation, and it also creates shelter from UV rays, because none of the soil organisms can handle direct UV rays because their habitat is under the earth. And it also gives them a little temperature buffer. And so if we have a good mulch, then, you know, most of you gardeners probably know that that helps our plants get through tough freezes and stuff, because it just gives the soil a buffer around temperature, and it works the same way with the soil organisms. So I did a project a couple years ago that was really interesting, where we just, we had pretty much a dirt parking lot after some construction, and we just spread a diversity of seeds of wildflowers, which are forbs, some legumes like vetch and clover, and then a bunch of different drought-hardy native grasses. And I was going to spread compost, but the compost that I was getting turned out to be anaerobic and not beneficial, so we scrapped the compost and just mulched, and just watered occasionally. This was a homeowner's house, and he just stuck like a hose with a sprinkler out a couple times a week throughout the summer if it wasn't raining, for an hour or so. And the first year we started to get some grasses and we started to get some flowers, and then we also got some quote-unquote weeds, which are the early succession species, like Russian thistle is a big one. And that was the first year, and we didn't do anything. That's all. We just did that, and he just watered. And then the second year, it just totally exploded, and we have tons of grasses, tons of wildflowers, and there's no Russian thistle. There's no goat heads. All of the weedy species, which is to say the early succession species, are just peripheral, and they're around the outside of this area where we didn't mulch. And so that really speaks to this sort of fourth and last pillar of soil understanding, which is just to let it be. So these systems, they do what they do, and they want to create nutrient density and biodiversity and biomass, and that's really the natural way that the Gaia does, unless we get into a situation like desertification, which is a positive feedback loop in the other direction. But for the most part, if we have a little bit of ground cover, just like this type of ecosystem, if it's left alone, this will become a tall grass prairie in some hundreds of years. But we don't necessarily have that much time, which is why we do the inoculating and the planting and whatnot. And in addition to knowing that there are moments when we want to involve ourselves, which is usually at the very beginning of a soil building project, then our next step is really to just let it be and not interfere, or just not get in the way of especially the fungi. And so that looks like no till, because when we till, it's like driving a bulldozer through a house. The fungi have created all these different rooms and all these different habitats and structures where they and other organisms can survive. And then if you bulldoze through that, it all just collapses. And the idea of tilling is that we're aerating the soil by sort of turning it up and bringing some of it up, and we're breaking it so oxygen can get in there. But what we're also doing is we're killing the fungi by literally, like, physically shredding them to bits. And then we're also tearing up all these structures that they create. And the next time it rains or someone walks on it or drives on it, but even just rain, then all those bits and pieces of that house collapse in, and we get a compaction layer, and then it's anaerobic under that. And so tilling has been this sort of addictive process that we've done for the last 10,000 years, apparently. And it's, has different duration in different parts of the world. But that's really where it's interesting, because tilling, the cultures that started tilling are also the cultures that innovated private property and hierarchical systems and other things that are also not particularly beneficial to life. And it doesn't surprise me, because that disconnect from the soil is also a disconnect from ourselves, sort of in like a metaphorical, spiritual way, but also literally, because we're getting different types of nutrition and therefore not getting to access all of our capacities that we could if we're living and growing in a more connected, literally biologically connected soil ecosystem. So anyway, tilling is sort of this addictive process where we try to get more oxygen into the soil by tearing it up, but it actually creates more compaction, and that's why we have these machines, especially in the last 50 years. There's like this arms race with plows that they keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into the soil, where now the most expensive their farming machine is this gigantic plow that goes feet into the soil, and it's because we have these feet-deep compaction layers in the Midwest, where we used to have meters and meters of fluffy topsoil. So anyway, tilling. And the sort of smaller scale of tilling, if we're like a home gardener, is turning the soil. So it can be really compelling sometimes to see a compacted situation and want to turn it. And there's some select moments where it might make sense to turn in some organic matter. And that's usually right at the very beginning of a process. So like if we're doing something literally like right here, it might actually make sense to turn in some grass or some manure or something, some organic matter, and especially a really biologically rich compost. But then after that, we don't want to mess with it, because all of those fungal associations have begun, and every time we turn it, we're disrupting that. And so no-till is usually a pretty easy sell with a lot of home gardeners and organic folks, but chopping and dropping can be a little harder to swallow. And so basically, we also don't want to be pulling plants out of the earth by the roots if we don't have to. So it's a lot better for the soil if there's a plant that you don't want, motivations for why we don't want that plant there, because most of these early succession species are really nutrient dense, because they have the endophytic, which is to say the fungi inside their cells that can strip the atoms off rocks, and that's why they're these pioneer species like dandelions and purslane and plantain and even goat heads. They're really nutrient rich, and so like the lamb's quarter that you find in a dirt lot will generally have a lot more nutrient density, especially mineral density, than even an organic spinach that was grown in California. So first of all, we want to be eating our weeds, not getting rid of them necessarily. The second of all, if there's a plant that we don't want somewhere for a particular reason, then the best thing to do is to cut it at the base. So we're removing all the photosynthetic bits, but to leave the root in the ground. And yes, sometimes they'll come back from those roots, and then you can chop it again. But if you chop it and then you leave the photosynthetic bits on the Earth's surface, then that decomposes and feeds the soil and starts this chain reaction of succession where we get more and more fungal and we get more and more nutrient density. And therefore, we don't have the conditions that those particular species that you don't want thrive in. So we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot if we pull a dandelion out by the roots, because all of the action in the soil really happens on the root surface. So a soil can be pretty much dead dirt 5 inches away from a plant, but right on the first half centimeter of that plant, there can be tons and tons of nutrient cycling going on. And that's actually where a lot of seeds that germinate will follow other plant roots. And it's like this highway of organisms and life and different nutrients that are available, and that's how they actually get started, is by following other plants' roots. So we want to disturb the roots as little as possible. And if we do that, then we can allow this process of succession that I keep alluding to occur. And that's where a soil becomes more and more nutrient dense and more biodiverse. There's more and more biomass, and the way that happens is that we go from a soil that has very little soil organisms. So this happens in nature if there's like some sort of disaster like a volcano or avalanche or something, and it scrapes off the top of the topsoil. Then we start the process of ecological succession again. And just understanding this concept of succession is really, really helpful if we're trying to grow things and build soil, because we can ask ourselves what the plants we're trying to grow, where they belong in ecological succession. So if we're trying to grow strawberries, they are more of a forest undergrowth plant, and so they're going to be later in ecological succession. If we're growing, say, ryegrass, that's an annual, and it's less further along in succession, and so it might want a more bacterial soil. And so what that succession story looks like, basically, is we have a disturbance, and there's a soil that's mostly mineral, and it might have a little bit of bacteria, and then our first sort of pioneering weed species can get in there and start to cycle nutrients. And that's a huge boon. I mean, we really owe a lot of our nutrition and our life on Earth to these weeds that we keep spraying and trying to get rid of as a culture. But they start the nutrient cycling, and they allow animals to eat, and that allows some fertilization. And then because they're annuals, which means that they die at the end of the year. They create seeds, and then they die. And then as opposed to perennials who create seeds and will also live multiple years. So these early succession species, like just the weeds or the kochia or whatever, will drop onto the earth, hopefully get trampled by animals if there are animals in the system, and that starts to feed the fungi. And so we go from having that would develop into a tall grass prairie, or like our meadow systems where we have some trees and we have some really tall grass and we have plant roots going feet into the ground. And at that point, we have sort of 50-50 bacteria to fungal ratios. And that's where a lot of our crop plants like to be. So like the annual grasses, or ganja likes that type of situation. Ganja also likes it more fungal too. And so after our tall grass prairie, then we start to get into deciduous forests. We start to get more trees, and then that's even more carbon sequestration because there's even more biomass, and then it gets more fungal than it is bacterial, and that can progress all the way up to old growth forest, which is like 10,000 to 1 fungi to bacteria in the soil. And that's our really resilient, really carbon-dense ecosystem where a lot of human cultures have really thrived, is in these older climax communities that are really fungal, that have a lot of diversity, a lot of nutrient density, and those are some of our oldest human civilizations or human cultures, depending how you define civilization. And of course, we have this opposite scenario of civilization collapse always being linked to soil depletion, first situation, whether it's your yard or it's big grasslands or whatever systems we're working with. So, does anyone have any specific questions that they're interested in talking about? So tumbleweeds is what you're asking about, and those are Russian thistle. So that's what I was talking about at this place in Santa Fe, which is actually a little more dry than here. So super tumbleweed situation. Yeah, if you can handle it, which it's like, again, I know it's a tough pill to swallow for some folks, but if you can just chop them and not pull them out, that's the best way to do it. You can also mow them. So earlier in the year, you know, they haven't formed their seeds. Their seeds are not as mature. And so that if you're really wanting to just not have tumbleweeds around, then you can mow them earlier in the year when they're more supple in their seed. So when you cut them down, their seeds aren't mature, so they're not reseeding the area. But the main thing is that you just want to mulch. So if you create a more fungal situation, then they can't really hang. They're going to get out-competed, but really it's that their role is not in that ecosystem. If you make it really, if you mulch and make it more fungal, then they can't get as much of a foothold, and you'll get more grasses and other things.
We can actually take the mic to them, and we can use this mic for you if you want. Or you can walk with this one. It's portable. Or you can? Would that be helpful to you?
I think this is fine. That's okay. Yeah, I can hear. So the best type of mulch, if you're trying to, so long story short, the best type of mulch is wood mulch, especially hardwood mulch, because that fungi really thrive on hardwood mulches. You can use softwood mulches as well, but you won't get quite as quick fungal growth. Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go to people. So,
yeah, there you go. Let's move this over here.
I'm really sorry, but I'm on the Front Range. I love coming here. But what do you do with invasive species that your neighbors plant? Like I have Japanese knotwood that's bulbous, and they migrate in these bulbs. And when you cut them off, they just continue to expand through their bulbs. And I don't know what to do with them. I can cut them down, but they grow back.
Yeah, I hear you. So sort of the conceptual idea around invasives is that while it's true that in rare circumstances, a plant or an animal can be introduced to, say, an island where they have no competitors and they just go nuts and they totally wreck the system. But mostly what's happening with invasives around here, because this is a pretty biodiverse system, be in your area, but where I am, it's cottonwood. So we have these invasive Russian olives, and going into what would be cottonwoods don't have the soil nutrition and also the soil nutrients and also the water that they would usually get. And so, creating a better water situation using permaculture techniques that allow you to sink, spread, and slow water can help jumpstart soil. And by doing that, so sort of looking at it in this more holistic view, you can, if you get some more water in that system, then you can start to introduce some other plants like trees that can start to shift that soil. And in the meantime, you can just keep cutting them back. It also sounds like maybe a relationship issue with a neighbor, and that might be something you could work out. I know that. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
I'm doing all my backyard of natives, and it's all dirt right now because I just killed my grass. So would you put like 3 or 4 inches of just mulch on there with the native seeds that I'm planting, or?
Yeah.
3 or 4 inches?
It's not too much. Most native plants especially are not victims. Like they will they'll make it if there's some water. You can also experiment though, because again, it's all about observation and experimentation. So you might try some different types of mulch and different thicknesses and see what actually works like specifically where you are. But 3 to 4 inches is where I start if I'm trying to germinate, stuff like that, yeah. Cool. Does anyone else have any other thoughts, comments, questions?
What was the major cause of the soil depletion in this area?
Animal behavior, including humans. So here we would have had feet of topsoil, so we would have been sitting a little bit further from the center of the earth and had much deeper plant roots, and that's because, I mean, I'm talking about like 300 some years ago, and that's because there was this millennia-old relationship with some more domestic situations where they come through a grassland and they eat, but not only do they eat the grass, but they're also trampling it. So they're getting a lot of the grass that'd be standing to the Earth's surface so that it can be decomposed. They're inoculating with their poop. Ruminants are amazing inoculants or inoculators because their rumens have a whole host of bacteria that other animals don't. And so they come in and do what was called this high-intensity, short-duration grazing event, which folks who are trying to build soil, especially in these areas with cows and buffalo and other animals, are trying to recreate these things and figure out the right ratios, the right amount of time to have animals there. But so high intensity, as in they come in and they eat probably 50% of the biomass, and most of it is pooped back onto the land in that same event. And they trample, another 30%, and they create little divots with their hooves that aren't actually turning soil and really disturbing, but they create these little niches where seeds can germinate. And then they would leave. And the reason that they would leave is because we had predators, because we had wolves and human predators and cougars, but especially wolves and humans would actually follow the bison all across Turtle Island and keep them moving. And so they would come into an area and they would do this high-intensity, short-duration grazing event, and then they'd leave, and they wouldn't come back to the same area for maybe a year or 2 years. And so that allows all of the everything that got eaten to regenerate even more. And so usually, if we're trying to recreate that, then we allow animals into an area, and then we don't let them back into that area until we have more biomass than we started with. And so that whole relationship really got lost when we lost indigenous humans and indigenous ways of being with the earth and started grazing. The Spanish were around here and they were grazing sheep, and that was somewhat deleterious but not totally detrimental. And then we started to get, like in the last 2 centuries, started to get more cattle grazing, and that was just a disaster because they weren't allowing the grasslands to bounce back to the levels they were at before. And so rather than taking one bite of a grass and maybe taking half of that plant, the cows would have no reason to move because they had no predators, and so they would just sit and eat that grass all the way to the base. And so grasses really need to be grazed. So if you take 30% off of a grass, it's like if you're mowing your lawn, you don't want to mow it all the way to the bottom. You can mow, 50%, or the best is 30% off the top, and that actually sends a signal to the plant to photosynthesize some more and send a flush of nutrients into the soil, and that creates this surge of soil building. But if you cut it really close to the ground, then it just doesn't have the photosynthetic parts to create the sugars that feed the soil organisms. So in order to survive, it just dies off some of its roots, and so the roots become shorter, and so our soil zone becomes thinner. So yeah, that was overgrazing was the main thing, and then also shipping our nutrients out. So if we're doing regenerative growing, we really don't want to be harvesting everything that we're growing. We want to be in reciprocity with the soil, just like all the other organisms in the soil are in reciprocity with each other. So leaving some of, growing plants that we don't eat, leaving some of our edibles for other animals. But yeah, also just keeping the nutrients here. So composting, human manure composting. So what was really detrimental to the West, including areas like southern Colorado, was that we had all these cows, A, overgrazing, and then B, they'd be sent on railroad cars to Chicago to slaughter, and so all the nutrients from the soil that were going into the bodies of the cows then get sent like thousands of miles away, not to return. Cool, any other questions? Let's see, wow, that was exactly an hour. 12:01 to 1:01, cool. All right, thanks you all so much. I really appreciate getting to talk about this. Thanks.
Thank you, Navono. That was a wonderful talk, and I think a great place to start with the soil up, right? Or down, as you say. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Okay, folks. We have a movement over to the flow stage. Well, there'll be some music playing with James Francis III for those of you that are present at the event. And our upcoming speakers are coming from the Dene Res, Makai Lewis and Kim Smith, and they'll be speaking in about a half hour. Great, thank you. We'll see you in a little bit.
Trae tu luz, yo, yo, yo. Rosa, deja aprender, ya, ya. Conecta con las plantas. Conecta con el sol, Conecta, selva azul. Conecta con el viento. Conecta con el agua. Conecta con la tierra. Conecta, corazón, no es. Rosa, ven aquí, yo, 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 yo. Rosa, aprendí.
A esta tierra le prometo gozar hasta que me ausente. Yo disfruto de esta vida que me ha tocado en suerte. A esta tierra le prometo gozar hasta que me ausente. No me alcanza con soñar lo que hay en el aliento. soñar con otra vida, cierro los ojos, un intento. Para enseñarme a volar voy a pedirle a los vientos que me eleven allá alto y me dejen un intento. Yo no sufro, no se crea, mi grito no es de dolor. Voy a agarrar a las penas y voy a cambiarle el color. Yo no sufro, no se crea, mi grito las penas y voy a cambiarle el color. Más tiempo quiero tener para jugar con mi suerte, de haber caído en la tierra y de esquivar a la muerte. Crecí pensando en la vida, la muerte no me ha llamado. Amo el respiro profundo, así yo le he contestado. Para enseñarme a volar voy a pedirle a los vientos que me eleven allá alto y me dejen un intento. Yo no sufro, no se crea, mi grito no es de dolor. Voy a agarrar a las penas, voy a cambiarle el color. Más tiempo quiero tener para jugar con mi suerte, de haber caído en la tierra y de esquivar a la muerte. Crecí pensando en la vida, la muerte no me ha llamado. Amo el respiro profundo, así yo le he contestado.
Ahora haremos un patrón básico de lo que se toca en la salsa de ahora, utilizando lo antaño y lo moderno.
in the real world. And I found myself in the real world. I'll meet you there. In the world. I'll see you in the real world. Free from the guilt and oppression. Free from the constant depression. Open to just feel the emotion. Away from hatred and judgment. Free from the killing and fighting. I'll meet you there.
Well, welcome back to our Crestone Energy Fair regeneration stage. Our next set of speakers, we're very honored to have here from the Dene Res. We have Makai Lewis and Kim Smith, and they'll be talking on caring for Nikki Kehe, our relatives, ceremony and solidarity, not charity. Makai Lewis and Kim Smith live in northern New Mexico's National Sacrifice Zone and work tirelessly to uncover the health impacts after decades of resource extraction, settler colonization and capitalism, and the correlation of the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome to the stage Makai Lewis and Kim Smith.
Hi, I just wanted to say a couple of words too of how I met Makai and Kim. Last year, really in the height of the COVID with the pandemic, a dear friend of ours, Dr. Maria Michael, was doing a lot of COVID relief down for the Hopi and Dene reservations. And so myself and Orca Ross, Adam C. Miller, we went with some of our other relatives that live down in Waterflow, and they'd asked us to come down. We brought supplies. Our Baca Water and Sanitation District donated some of the barrels, so there was more water catchment. Because, you know, a lot of these places are like us where you have limited resources and water. So, and then it was amazing because once we got to the farm, the first thing down was a tree. And I'm a sawyer. I was like, we got the perfect task. So We had helped with some tree that had gone down with their efforts. They are getting food out to so.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yate Shay Kim Smith Dashajane. Todachi ni nishli dotsit najini bashishchin ashi dashache do kia ani dashanele. Akut audine stunanishla. Good afternoon, relatives. My name is Kim Smith. I am a Dene woman from this territory. We are on ancestral Dene territory. This is a sacred place to our people. And the mountain to the left of us here is one of our sacred mountains. And so with great gratitude, we're so humbled to be here amongst our holy people and our sacred mountain.
Good afternoon, Yate. Thank you, Lisa, and the other organizers of Crestone Energy Fair for bringing us out here and welcoming us into this beautiful healing space that y'all continue to hold every year and every season. And it's inspiring to actually come out this year when I've heard about Lisa talking about this energy fair and the intention behind it. Last year when we first met, it was just really inspiring. But then fast forward to this year, we're here and we're able to share what we know and what we just share what we know and hope that it inspires us, and I hope that inspires you all, and I hope that it inspires us to collaborate and network and build solidarity. So as Kim mentioned, we're from Dene, and this is ancestrally, this is our territory, and it feels good to be home. This is ancestrally, this is our territory, and it feels good to be home. It feels good to be home. I say that with a lot of intention. For us, this whole area is called Sisnajin, and Sisnajin is like the belt, the Rockies, the belt of the Rockies, the start of our homelands towards out that way. And we have names and places of these areas around here, and with history, unfortunately with history, a lot of our people were removed from this area, but, we still continue to come out here and make our offerings and our pilgrimages to these mountains and these waterways out here. And, continue to try to do that with what we can and what we have. My name is Makai, and my clans are Nahabani Shlon, Anibashichin, Sinajini Dashchero, Tachi Nie Dashanella, with I the Nanslino, with I Yat Eto, and Hidini Dole. So I greet you all, with a warm heart and kinship too. So
Yes, and I also just want to acknowledge Lisa. As Lisa had mentioned, they came out and supported us when the pandemic first hit, and essentially we are a mutual aid group. We run our work based off of the exchange of resources in terms of knowledge.
Everything that we share this world with, we consider them our relatives too. So out of that respect, that's how we, in ceremony with our medicine people, that's where the name came from, was Nihik Eba. So our mutual aid group is called, we call ourselves Nihik Eba for our relatives. That's what it translates out into. And for, as I mentioned, we're an indigenous mutual aid group. And we always say that for us, indigenous mutual aid is not just about, there's so many mutual aid groups throughout this country right now that have popped off, that have started within the past year with, the pandemic and whatnot. But for us, what indigenous mutual aid means is, a radical redistribution of resources, whether they be food, seeds, water barrels, medicines and herbs, but also a radical redistribution of power, a radical redistribution of knowledge and skills and share that our communities don't have the privileges of having, that other folks don't have access to. So, with that, we want to be able to redistribute everything that we have and what we know back to the people, for the good of this world and for the good of the generations yet to come.
Yeah, I also just want to back up really quick and talk more about, before we called ourselves Nihik Eba, we were essentially on a pilgrimage going to each of our sacred mountains we walked 1,200 miles in 2015. And so in this journey, we really wanted to connect the dots and identify what are the plagues in our community. When we're talking about resource extraction, what type of resource extraction? And our community is rich in these natural resources, which is why we are called the National Sacrifice Zone. We have uranium, we have oil, we have gas, we have coal. They have recently found helium deposits in our community. And with COVID, there has been a huge shortage of helium around the world. And so when we're talking about this transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy, this is the lens that we're looking at it from our community. And so we as young people really wanted to take our offerings back to these sacred places and acknowledge them and reconnect with them. And, you know, the assimilation process that our communities go through, indigenous communities from this region, you know, whether it's Pueblo relatives, Ute relatives, Diné relatives, you know, we were forcefully removed from so many places. And so in thinking about that, we really wanted to carry what our thought processes was as young people in 2015. And so we walked 1,200 miles, and it brought us to this mountain. It brought us to this place. And if you're from the community, you may have seen us. You may have, you know, heard that we were walking through this community. Some of our comrades actually built an ancestral home here and continue to build that place of worship for young people. And so this is the resurgence that we're really talking about. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we are citizen scientists. We go into our community and we learn about our community and then redistribute that wealth, that knowledge in different forms. Recently, in the past 3 years, we have been working on a health impact assessment. And so we have been battling it out with the state of New Mexico. And I'll hand it over to Makai so he could talk about that.
So it was with the state of New Mexico, and particularly the coal-fired power plant, one of the coal-fired power plants out there on our territory. Oh yeah, we could talk about that. Yeah.
What our actions were.
So we'll get back to this health impact assessment, but Kim had mentioned doing these pilgrimages and walking over 1,200 plus miles across our ancestral homelands. And we started, and it took us about a year. We didn't do it for attention. We didn't do it for money, or we weren't doing it for payment, or we weren't doing it for a dissertation or a degree. You know, we did it for, you know, a prayer and try to really call for our young ones to come home and to walk with us too, and for our people, to asking them to continue to come back with us to the mountains and take offerings, taking all the traumas and the hurt and all of the damages that have been done on our homelands and on our ways of life, to put it back into prayer and to let that prayer manifest. So we started and we made our way out towards so-called Grants, New Mexico. There's a mountain out there we call a Tzotzich, and we walked out there starting from an area called Zichnao, which is right outside of so-called Bloomfield, New Mexico, and we made our way that way and to the mountain near Grants, and afterwards we walked towards Flagstaff, so-called Flagstaff, Arizona, and there's the mountain to the west, and going to the north here in Durango, the Bensa, and then to the northeastern, coming back this way to Cisnajin in this area, and then going back into our territory. And during this time, you know, we documented a lot of things that were happening to our territory. That's where Kim had mentioned, you know, that we've seen like firsthand the stories of how our people who were impacted by these industries, you know, from the abandoned uranium minings to, you know, the fracking that was happening, to the oil, the natural gas, to the water, and also to the railroads, the militaries, and the forts. So it's all like interconnected, and that's where we're collecting these stories, and we're also like trying to plan and organize and come up with solutions of how we are going to get us out of that mess, and how do we move like into a more sustainable, more healing way of life.
But also, how do we move home? How do we reclaim our spaces? How do we reclaim our future, really? Because a huge part of our Diné society is so dependent on these fossil fuel industries. 85% of our tribal revenue comes from it, and we have perpetuated that system. We have allowed for people to come onto our homeland and mine it. And that's one of the most heartbreaking parts of the work. And so the other element that also helps with that is really, how do we heal the land? What is in our backyard? What is in our front yard? Is it contaminating? Is it toxifying? Because I can tell you that in my front yard and my backyard, it's toxic. It's basically literally a toxic wasteland. About that, you have to really look at remediation. How do you heal the land? You know, just like the presentation before us, you know, folks like that are teaching us how to do this, to heal this land. And we really have, and it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, and where we have to think about our consumption, because our consumption is also perpetuating that system. You know, as society, we're so addicted to our devices, to our phones, that we're like, my phone's gonna die, I gotta find an outlet. And, you know, and then it ties into the social media part of it, to the media part of it. Like, it takes energy to power those systems, to power Facebook, to power Twitter, to power Amazon, you know. And you think about that, and you think about how many human beings there are in the world. Our Mother Earth is suffering, and we're literally sucking her dry. So we have an opportunity to be accountable for that. And I feel like a lot of people here are. We are. You know, that's why we want to come to these types of spaces. That's why we organize these types of spaces, so we can share that knowledge. And so I just encourage you all to continue that and keep it up, because, you know, it's our only chance of survival. And I can tell you, as an Indigenous person, I know that Indigenous knowledge is the future. You know, we do have to go back and start bringing Indigenous people to this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so after we did this walk, it took us about a year, and from there we shifted our work into, it was like a manifestation. The prayers that we took back to the mountains, it led us into what people call food sovereignty, and food is medicine work back on our territory. So we went back and into our communities and going back into ceremony, and we started relearning a lot of our ancestral foods, our ancestral food systems, and learning about it from a cultural, spiritual perspective, but also from another perspective of the colonization of our diets, the colonizations of our food systems, and asking ourselves, like, how is our territory so-called deemed as a food desert, you know, and really like looking at that, and also like remembering that these food deserts, our territory wasn't always a food desert before colonization. You know, we had various types of medicines and nutritional plants, and harvested a lot of foods here within our territory, hunted as well as planted too, and traded a lot of goods with our neighboring tribal nations and our neighboring relatives that we that we live within this region with. So, you know, we learned a lot about that, and we taught it. We taught that medicine, and we taught that those ancestral dishes back with our community members throughout our homelands. Because, you know, as Kim had mentioned, with colonization, you know, that really separated us from our food systems like that. You know, we were told that when the churches and the boarding schools came, that those foods were backwards. Those foods were not good. They weren't healthy. And we were like introduced with other outside foods that were shipped in, that were brought in from elsewhere.
Canned.
Canned goods, sugar, really high processed stuff. And that all came with, you know, the introduction of the forts and the military into our territory, along with the churches and whatnot, and then the boarding schools which were established. So it's just like learning and uncovering like all these things that were happening, but also uncovering like the other wealth of knowledge, as I was mentioning, the foods, and really learning about how it is important that we go back to our food systems, and how that in our liberation as indigenous people, as Diné people, when we get back to our foods, when we get back to planting our own foods, when we get back to feeding ourselves, that's a step towards our liberation, and that's a step towards freeing ourselves from these capitalistic ways. And so that was like a push for us too.
Right. And that liberation is vital for the survival of our people. And it also is vital to how we treat each other. It's also during a time when we as young people, we're in our early 20s, some teenagers, like late 20s, like what does that mean? And going back to our community. And for me, it was an interesting process because I was raised Catholic. And everything that I was taught my whole life was completely backwards. And so when you're liberating yourself and thinking about liberation for your community, you go through a spiritual journey. You go through a spiritual awakening. We as beings, our journey in this life. And so to be a part of that with a group of young people, like dedicated to walking and praying day in, day out and learning, and it's really heavy. When you're walking through a place and it is fractured, you feel it. You feel it different when you're walking on the land versus driving. Driving, you don't even really acknowledge your surroundings. So on this walk, we were educating community members about what we were doing, who we are, asking for permission, asking for guidance. None of us knew how to even do these ceremonies. It was us learning as a group how to reclaim it. And so when we're talking about liberation, that's what we're talking about. We need that support and that allyship to respect our beliefs. And the colonized version of that is religion. That's something that term is thrown around a lot. And we want to just be who we are and believe what we believe. And a part of that has really been stripped from us as young people, through the boarding school system, the church system. And so during this time, as we're walking, we're all going through this interesting identity crisis and understanding and learning. And as Makai mentioned, it became this manifestation of prayers. And so we still carry that work to where we are now. The other component of the work prior to COVID is we traveled to a lot of indigenous resistance camps around the world, literally, and really in hopes of reconnecting kinship with other folks around the world who are struggling the same way that we are, that are impacted the same way that we are. And it has led us to Chiapas to work with the Zapatista community, the Zapatismo community, up to Unistoten, where they're fighting the LNG pipeline, up to Standing Rock, the Buffalo Field campaign, and really just lending a hand and using that element of food that Makai had mentioned and giving that medicine to these resistance camps and cooking in the kitchen. So, giving them that nourishment and that one less thing that they don't have to worry about as they plan to essentially kick these industries off of their community. And so this is also a part of the knowledge that we are really trying to reclaim and share back with our community, because this type of history has been so void in our communities, in our society, American society. Like there's literally lawsuits about what type of history is going to be taught in schools.
Yeah, and it was beautiful to reestablish kinship with those relatives throughout this country, throughout this hemisphere, just the way our ancestors did it, reestablishing that kinship. And
tie that in.
Yeah. So, and along with going to these places, these indigenous resistance camp, we weren't only cooking, but we were also strategizing with them on how, on how do we heal our homelands, together, and how do we back each other up, when things do really hit the fan, and having talks about like reestablishing trading systems, things like that, probably talks that were happening when our ancestors were when long time ago. But for us, it was like also having those discussions again, and it was just a beautiful healing process because it really taught us a lot and really shaped us a lot, and which also was really inspiring too, and for the relatives out there, the other folks that we met. And along with these travels too throughout the areas, Kim, what do you call it? The art of indigenous resistance.
So art is a huge part of us sharing and gathering art. So when we travel to these places, we also explore, the art in the community, and also share a lot of art. I feel like when we go places, we try and leave a mural or a banner or some type of sign of solidarity. But essentially from that, we created a traveling art exhibition called The Art of Indigenous Resistance, where all of these pieces that we have been accumulating in our travels are shown. There are about 130 art pieces from indigenous resistance around the world, essentially. And also we use art. I'm a graffiti artist as well, so I use that medium as a way of sharing what we're learning. For instance, most of the water that folks harvest comes from water tanks that have traces of uranium in it. Like, they literally have a little plaque on the side that says, "Don't drink this water. It's non-potable. Only use it for your animals." So people are using this water. They're consuming it. They're giving it to their animals, and then they're eating those animals. They're watering their garden and things like that. So what we do is we try and paint on these water tanks, what the warnings are, if there's different struggles or different topics that are happening within the Navajo government that in relation to climate change or the environment and things people should know. We've essentially turned these water tanks into billboards, free billboards. It just takes us being out there and spray painting and sharing that information. And so art is also a huge part of a lot of the work. And, it is our resistance. It has always been our resistance. As Indigenous people, song and dance and all of these things are our resistance to everything. And I also just want to acknowledge that there are a lot of Indigenous struggles that are still happening right now. Look at Line 3, what's happening in Minnesota. Like, they're fighting for their river. They're fighting at the headwaters of the Mississippi River. And that's huge because that powers that whole southern energy corridor. Meanwhile, we're here. It also powers the tar sands in the Midwest all the way up into so-called Canada. And so when we're talking about that, checking our energy privilege, that's what we're talking about. How do we participate in that grid? Are we actively trying to do that? Are we displacing another community? When you turn on that faucet, where does that water come from? When you turn on that light switch, where does that energy come from? And so this art show is a really great, it all ties into energy. Like, it's so interesting to look at it that way.
Yeah, and it gets that discussion going. And I feel like that's where a lot of healing could take place. A lot of healing and building solidarity has taken place for us, and in these places too, where Kim curated this art exhibit called The Art of Indigenous Resistance. We showed them in places that were, that have a high, I guess,
Metropolitan areas.
In huge metropolitan areas. So we're talking big cities, where energy is being consumed like 24/7 without even questioning like where it's coming from. So it was really neat just to see like people come in who live in these cities, coming in and really seeing like the artwork of how these indigenous peoples, artists are trying to tell their stories of how, like what types of things they're facing in their communities because of consumption, because of capitalism, because of, heteropatriarchy, because of white supremacy and things like that, and how they were expressing it. And it was just really interesting to see people's reaction in that way, because some people didn't like it. Some people didn't want to check their energy privileges. Some didn't want to acknowledge that they were on occupied indigenous territories. and some didn't want to lead a hand, but there are also other people who are willing to listen, take a step back and listen and try to come and be in solidarity and figure out ways to, you know, heal and figure out ways that we could
Be good allies.
be good allies, be good relatives to each other again. So it was that type of exchange, and it was really neat. And every time Kim would, most of the time when she would host these art shows, you know, she would bring in her presenters too, like local artists or even presenters such as Winona LaDuke and other, you know.
Actually, Winona LaDuke was co-curator of the art show. Sorry.
Yeah, like her, and I'm sure some of y'all know of the amazing work she does too. So, and having her in spaces like that too, and really getting that discussion going and whatnot.
As our mentor. From this point, this really made us think about our journey within the past couple years and where we're headed, not only as a Diné society, but as an American society, and what the warming of the earth is going to do to us and really how we're going to survive. And so within that, we, you know, as you're hearing, we traveled a lot of different places, and we really checked our energy privileges ourselves of like, how much energy is it going to take to travel to these places? And so we really had to check ourselves and say, you know what, we can't be going to other communities and sharing the knowledge that we have, but we need to take it back into our communities and implement it and really relearn a lot about natural building, a lot about ceremony and things like that. And so that really is what led us into doing our health impact assessment. With the health impact assessment, we moved to northern New Mexico, the northern part of our territory, to look at what the health impacts are of these communities living downstream and downwind from this national sacrifice zone. So the Reagan administration is who deemed this area a national sacrifice zone. There are Monsanto fields there. There's a Raytheon plant where they build. The military is also a big part of this area. They build guns and bombs and things like that across from the Monsanto fields. And then there are two drag lines for coal and two coal-fired power plants. And recently, within this time, there was also the Gold King mine spill that completely contaminated the Animas into the San Juan. And we live along that river currently. And so we really wanted to look at what is in our soil, what is in our air, what is in our water from living downstream and downwind from these places. And so how is it affecting our body? What does the health of our land and our bodies look like? And we knew based off of our walk that we did that type of knowledge that you want to share has to be done face to face in our language. So that's the other part of our reclaiming, is that I would say like at least 70 to 75% of our community still primarily speaks Diné as their first language. And so in this knowledge that we're sharing, we were also given the challenge of translating, reclaiming your language to teach your community what you're learning, what's happening in our communities and how they're getting sick. And so with our health and gathering the data for our health impact assessment, we have a food truck, and we served ancestral foods out of this food truck. And it's a way of breaking bread with our community members and sharing that knowledge, but also giving them that option to fill out a survey. How has living downstream and downwind affected your community? And it was like 40% of the people that did surveys said that they had somebody within their immediate family that was sick from some type of ailment, whether it's cancer, heart disease. We've also learned a lot about the birth defects that happen from living downstream from these places. And it's all tied into the whole environment, our water system, to the air that we're breathing, to our soil. And so we traveled within a 100-mile radius, right, of the power plant. So essentially, we went up against the utility company for New Mexico PNM, and really battling it out with them of making them understand and acknowledge where their energy comes from, and making sure that they allowed for indigenous voices to be a part of that process.
Yeah, and it was also not just PNM, but its shareholders,
Right.
you know, the co-owners of the power plant, and it's
The ratepayers.
the ratepayers as well too, the folks that are consuming the energy away from where this energy is being produced. So we're talking about the San Juan generating station, and that's right there in Waterflow, New Mexico. We live about 5 miles west from there, and you know, in doing so, there was this. They were trying to bail out. They wanted to leave this. The owners of this company wanted to leave this power plant, abandon it, and they wanted to get over $300 million from it. So they drafted this energy transition act bill in the state of New Mexico, and it was being championed as this just transition, this green bill, but it wasn't. You know, it was a lot of greenwashing behind it, and there was no representation, no inclusion from our impacted Diné communities, and we made it be known to the state leaders and the corporations and the shareholders meetings, and really really asserting ourselves in those spaces and letting them know that this is how our people feel. You know, we have the health impact assessment, we have their stories, and this is
But
what
also
they
going
think
against
about it.
our own Navajo government too within that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and letting them know about that, like how our people feel, because you know, at that time there wasn't like any study being done that, you know, talk about how Diné people in general have been impacted by the coal industry and the coal-fired power plants. All of the story that we had on paper to really like use it as a weapon, use it as a shield for the benefit of our communities and for the benefit of, you know, the land there. So the money that they were trying to get, we demanded, you know, because that's what the communities wanted. They wanted the money that the corporations was set to get. They wanted it to go back to the impacted communities for remediation, for restoring the land, for the health impacts that they have caused for over 40 plus years that they've been in operation there. And it's been...
And on the ground, we were actively resisting these places. We were actively educating the community of like, what does this mean? What does it mean for the livelihood of our people? Because as I mentioned, we're so heavily dependent on it. And right now, the big buzz in the green movement is a just transition or a Green New Deal and things like that. And those are vital conversations that Indigenous people must lead, not be a part of, but lead. And so we always asserted ourselves in these spaces for the past 10 years of the work that we've been doing. We are known as radicals in our community, and rightfully so. You know, if you're going to come and fracture our land, rape Mother Earth, then best believe we're going to do everything we can to resist you doing that. And thank you. And that's so important. And we've done it on different levels. Once John McCain came to our community and he was being celebrated, they had a parade for him. We shut down that meeting because there was no grassroots representation that was happening there. It was literally a secret meeting. And so that fierceness is also a big part of the work that we're doing, because not only does there have to be fierceness, there has to be compassion, because that's the best way that we can move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we, as I was mentioning, we battled it out with the industry and also really trying to, at the same time, you know, the coal-fired power plant, we tried to let our communities know about what was happening on a state level and how they were being sold out again, and how we were being sold out again, and how our homeland was being put up for sale in a way again, because during this time they wanted to transition the coal-fired power plant, because that's going to be closing down, transition it into a natural gas plant. So another form of pollution, another form of extraction on top of what already exists there, you know, because back in 2010, NASA detected a satellite image of a hotspot that was over the Four Corners area, basically over where we live, in the Four Corners. And it was a methane cloud about the size of Delaware. So that really shows you like the amount of pollution that has taken place within that area. So those are those things that we've had highlighted and heard from the elders too, who have lived longer, who have lived longer than those power plants. You know, when they were kids or when they were younger, we've heard stories of how there was like the amounts of rain that were coming into the area, the various types of medicines, the grasses, and how they were green and whatnot and so forth, and how that changed when these industries started to pop up within our territories. And also the social change too, because when these industries came up, it wasn't just the land, but it was also non-Diné people coming from elsewhere, coming into our communities, where they were basically like man camps, you know, where they came in, there was a high rates of drugs, domestic violence, missing and murdered relatives that started to rise too with the rise of the extractive industries. So those are the types of things too that we were hearing, these stories that we were learning about. And you don't hear these stories being shared on the Capitol floor, but we were there to remind them that these are the reasons why we resist and why we don't want these types of things to happen within our territory. So that eventually they didn't convert it into they still got their money, over $300 million, over $350 million. They only set aside like $2 million or $1.5 million to the 1.4 million dollars to the Indian Affairs, was it, in the state. It's not much compared to what the industry's getting. It's still pennies.
And that's mainly to cover worker transition, remediation, and they're going to need billions of dollars to really clean it up. But as Makai mentioned, they were essentially able to abandon and get their money and run. And we were very active in, ours, as well as other youth from the community, the Dolly crew, and other folks, other young folks from Santa Fe, Yucca. You know, they do a lot of work around resistance and really critically looking at what our energy future looks like in New Mexico, really.
Yeah. So part of this bill, as Kim had mentioned, was in the bill, the state identified impacted communities as a 100-mile radius from the power plant. So when we went and visited a lot of those communities and villages, which is on the reservation on our territory, and we asked them these questions. Has the state come in? Has any corporations from the power plant come in and talked about the closure? Have they talked about the toxins and the pollutions and what that does to the body and land? And the stories were like the same. No, we haven't heard of anyone coming. No, no one has come to tell us about, you know, the pollution or the closure or what will happen. And and it was crazy. It was just like, those are just the types of stories that, you know, are that were with I guess they're gatekept away from our communities. So that had happened, and then the COVID hit.
Yeah, and with our health impact assessment, we knew why our communities were most vulnerable because we did our survey. We knew why they were immune compromised and why it hit our community so hard. And that's partly because, you know, housing and infrastructure is a huge problem within our communities. And it's horrible and it's embarrassing, the fact that as the Navajo Nation government, we have probably made billions of dollars on the fossil fuel industry, but none of that money is actually seen within our communities. You know, we're still living in poverty, and there's no infrastructure. And a huge part of that infrastructure is housing. There is a huge lack of housing. You know, most Diné families, you know, they have 2 to 3 bedrooms and like 3 to 5 different families living in there, sometimes 1 bathroom. And so that was partly why the spread of COVID hit us so hard, is because people are living in those conditions. And we know it, and we know that that's part of the reason why young people, Diné people in general, aren't, you know, enticed to move home. Right now, it's 56% of Diné people don't live in our homelands. And it's partly because of the assimilation process. You know, or they get caught in metropolitan areas, or they can't simply live on the res, and that's a reality as well too.
So when COVID hit, a lot of this work and organizing that we were doing for the community, that kind of shifted towards how do we bring resources and aid to relatives in need when COVID hit. Because when COVID hit, it was still pretty cold, and we started just to, there was a need for firewood, so we just started, you know, gathering firewood for elders and relatives who weren't able to, you know, haul firewood for themselves to keep warm and to cook, and we started distributing that. And then from there, that went into gathering supplies and food and medicines and water barrels for communities in need, and we distributed that for it was just like nonstop for a whole year. And that's where we met Lisa. You know, her and some of her relatives came out to help us, you know, during that time, and that's where we connected. And as y'all remember too, as Kim had mentioned, our communities were hit hard. You know, we were like the epicenter for a while, and I'm sure some of y'all heard that. And corporate news media was saying, like, they were portraying it, because they're in poverty, but on the real, it's because of the many extractive industries that exist on our territories. Mm-hmm. It's because our people's immune systems and their health systems were compromised a long time ago because of those effing extractive industries, you know, and they continue to plague our communities. That's the reason why, like, our people were hit so hard. It's not because we don't have money or like we don't have like certain things that the rest of America has. It's because of those industries, you know, because our waterways were contaminated, because our airways were contaminated, our food systems, the things that kept us strong. So that's one of the things that we've always had to highlight in doing this, making these connections of COVID and, you know, like the work that we have learned while being on the ground and whatnot. So
another huge part to acknowledge in this work is you're either for-profit or non-profit. That's the way of our world. And so it's like, how do we radically restructure how we're sharing resources? And that's a huge part of you know, we refuse to be acknowledged as a nonprofit or for-profit. You know, we make T-shirts to keep the work going. A lot of people donate to our mutual aid. You know, there are people that donate every week or every month. Rather, not every week. But yeah, you know, that's really essentially what keeps us going. And we really just want to redistribute those resources because we know what it's like in our communities. All of the things that we're telling you, like that we're poverty stricken, we're living in this toxic wasteland, like that type of love and compassion is so necessary for us to continue. And so another huge part that I really want to wrap up with, because we're running out of time, is that we do a lot of work also in cleaning up our watersheds. You know, that's the number one thing moving forward, and anywhere that we plan to move is, what does your watershed look like? And with all of the history that we have given you, there is this learned behavior that we have been taught of how to consume, how to dump, how to abuse, you know, all of this patriarchy. That how it has taught us, this cowboy culture. Cowboy culture is another huge thing in our communities. We have, you know, horses and rodeo and all of those things are a big part of Diné society. Farming and ranching, all of those types of things. And so you have to think about the influence of what these societies have taught us. And so within that, our watersheds are completely devastated. You know, they're landfills. And where I live in particular is I live in a community called St. Michael's, Arizona. The name says it all. So it was colonized by the Catholic Church. They were first to set up, and then they brought a school. The Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, they came in and brought the boarding school, and the two really teamed up with the feds to assimilate this territory. And where I live is kind of in the heart of it. And so it's off of the mountain range, and so it's one of our main watersheds for our community. But ancestrally, it is a wagon trail. And so along this wagon trail is waste. When the trading posts came in, all of their tin, And it's interesting to see how it has evolved. You know, the deeper we go, the more we learn a different history, a different looking at our communities and how they used to consume. You know, it went from tin to glass to plastic to paper, and it's such an interesting process. And so we have cleaned up about 5 acres so far in this work that we're doing. And we're doing this work simultaneously with everything else that we talked about in fighting these utility corporations and speaking for our communities in the legislature. That healing our land part is vital. And that's how we want to reestablish our relationship to Mother Earth. That's the type of love that she needs, that connection. That nourishment, really, it's like that motherly nourishment, and it's a different kind of nourishment. And we acknowledge that that our Earth Mom has provided so much for us, and we just want to continue to honor her in that way. And so once we clean up these trash dumps, we try different remediation projects. We've tried sunflower, hemp. We hope to do mushrooms this fall or soon. And we want to start really reclaiming how we build our ancestral homes, how we dwell in tiny homes. Ancestrally, we're a nomadic people. We're not accustomed to staying in one place. We travel with the animals and the plants and migrate that way and take what we need. And so we want to go back to that. For us as young people, it's so old, it's new. And so really going back to learning that ancestral knowledge, as we mentioned before, is necessary for our survival.
And just one, and before like learning about how that came into like the watersheds, how they were destroyed and how they're toxic right now, it also takes us back. We learned that when the military came into our territory back in the 1800s into the 1900s, when they were trying to remove our people off of our territory, they went into the watersheds, and a lot of those, they planted invasive species that suck up a lot of water. And, you know, now that's what we're faced with. When you go back to the res, back to our homelands, a lot of these washes and water areas, where these natural springs used to be, they're taken up by invasive species. And also taking it a step further, the military literally like would kill like animals or even mutilate them, or even our own people. When they would like capture them and kill them, they put them and try to really pollute our water systems, our springs, and put them right there back in the 1800s. So that's like the type of history that it kind of like it stems into, you know, like the whole like watersheds, and really trying to heal it and learning about it.
And we want to heal it because we want to move back to these places. So once they are detoxified, it's going to be a healthy environment for us to live in. Everybody should have that human right to live in a healthy environment. And we're working our hardest to earn our keep, so to speak, on this earth. And our goal within the next year is to start building tiny homes and ancestral homes. Well, our first project, we would like to use earth bags to build an ancestral structure, and then from there, adobe, and then try one out of straw bale. So we've been going to different workshops within the Southwest to learn these different techniques. And like I said, they're so old, they're new to us. But permaculture is how indigenous people have been living before it was called permaculture. And so that's really our hope for moving forward. And we're so thankful to be here, to be able to be a part of a community that is actively working towards that liberation of ourselves and of each other. And I also just want to mention that we are open to having conversations outside of this space after we're done presenting. But I just want to share with y'all that we are trying to be as careful as we can in terms of COVID, to be as safe as possible. And so we're totally open to having conversations with everybody, but if you could maintain a social distance, you know, we'd really love to have conversations and continue the dialogue. But just putting that disclaimer out there, and you know, that protection for ourselves and really for our community as well.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that if you want to after this. If y'all want to volunteer or come and help, be in solidarity with us, learn, or even help us restore the land, remediate it, we're always like constantly doing these projects, and also even delivering, like delivering foods to positive households, giving support and food for unsheltered relatives in the streets. So those are the other things that we do and are constantly doing.
As well as feed for animals. A lot of, we try and continue that within our mutual aid too, and remembering all of our relatives. But I just want to say thank you all for having us here. I don't know if anybody has questions. I know that they did questions on the last panel, so we're happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
And thank you all, just my prayers go up for all of you all, the organizers here, and just pray that you continue to love our homelands here and be good relatives to the homelands and the beings here. So
actually, I have one more pitch. I also am part of a feminist collective called Indigenous Goddess Gang. We are an online matriarch magazine that is all digital. We have quarterly issues, and we share knowledge on moon cycles, indigenous midwifery, food, seed. We talk a lot about the work that we're doing, and so it's indigenousgoddessgang.com. That is the outlet that we also sell shirts with. So we do have some shirts, and hopefully we'll be able to set up, but all proceeds go back into supporting our work. And check out indigenousgoddessgang.com. There's a lot of really great, powerful indigenous knowledge there. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone have any burning questions? Because we can pass the mic if you guys are open to that. Did you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody have any questions?
Come on, people.
Yes? Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for this amazing sharing. It's more of just a contact. Like, I know the indigenousgoddessgang.com, but how can we follow the rest of your work you've been talking about? Oh, sorry.
So we have, we can exchange email. We have an email. Our mutual aid has an email. And we don't have a Facebook, but our mutual aid group does have an Instagram. There's so much that we have to catch up on. We try to post when we can, but I'll give you we can exchange. Like
it's also Nihik Eba on all platforms. Like you can find it's on the program. That's how you spell it. It's the same for Venmo and PayPal. Except for social media outlets, it's in English. You can find us at for our relatives. That's what Nihik Eba means, is for our relatives. So if you search either of those, mutual aid, it'll pop up. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? We're all good? Amazing talk? Okay. Thank you so much to Makai Lewis and Kim Smith. We really appreciate all the amazing work you're doing. It's really important. And we thank you for being here. It's a great honor.
Yeah, thank you. We look forward to building more bridges. Thanks, Kim and Makai. A quick announcement. We have a Spanish translator now. Is that right? As Diego's here. Great. Yeah, I want to thank Cherie Shiner for setting this up from La Puente from the Food Bank Network. Give a little hello. We had talked about how do we reach a broader audience, and with our Hispanic population throughout the Valley, and especially live streaming. So Diego Pons from the Language Justice Center is here. So if anyone needs a Spanish translation, we have headsets. You could come up and get a headset for this main stage today. Oh, they're back with Doug. Thanks, Doug and Kasai with Terra Media back there doing our live stream. So you could get a headset back at our audiovisual booth. And afterwards, we are going to translate these talks into Spanish as well. So they'll be on our YouTube, and we're just trying to get better access to our Valley. So thank you.
Hello? There we go. Okay, so we are now turning to our flow stage for those of us present with Bethy Lovelight. And our next up on the main stage, and bear in mind we started a half hour late to gather our relations together, which worked out really well. But our next panel of the weekend, which will be our alternative building panel. So please come back, be present, and gain a lot of knowledge. Every year, everyone's learning from each other, and I love how the panels like to say, wow, I'm so glad we're engaging. I know that happened last year out here where the panel members were like, I didn't realize you did that. And the other person was like, yeah, I have had this experience. And, so it's all about community for all of us, even us here presenting or supporting. And we thank you.
ترهيتينك نسقون إن كان دامنا إن كيلرو فلا تسمر غللو إن كان دامنا إن كيلرو
So close your eyes and find another way to see. Just try to live aware of this beating melody. The fundamental thing to recall is our differences when we were together. Under the moon and stars above, you remember me. When I saw you wandering on this avenue, when your eyes met mine, it was eternity. When I saw you wandering on this avenue, when your eyes met mine, it was eternity. But now we know we have to take the things more seriously. Risky feelings, you live guilty, you're so sorry. The beating melody we used to sing. It's already night, just shut up for once. I'm getting mad. When I saw you wandering on this avenue, when your eyes met mine, it was eternity. When I saw you wandering on this avenue, when your eyes met mine, it was eternity. It's already night, just shut up for once. It's late, no one can explain. You live guilty, you're so sorry. Your life will be sadly guilty of ruining someone's life. All that time wasted, and I hate you so. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad.
Oh child, you're from outer space. You bring the beauty and the light to this world we live in. And oh child, falling down from grace. You got the power in your smile to bring back the feeling. See you on the road. this world we live in. Oh, child, falling down from grace. You got the power in your smile to bring back the feeling. Oh, child, falling down from grace. You got the power in your smile to bring back the feeling.
Om Aim Hrim Shrim Klim Saraswati Namaha. Saraswati Namaha.
Okay. Thank you, Bethy Lovelight. That was awesome. It's all an integration here at the Crestone Energy Fair, right? Energy is all. That's our motto. Okay, I just created that. I don't know. So, welcome. We have a gold standard here at the Crestone Energy Fair, which is our alternative building panel, our first panel of the weekend. And due to dwindling resources, we continue to make buildings of new homes. They're expensive and difficult, right? We live in a county where there are no complete building codes, and as a result, innovative building technologies can be tried and hopefully succeed. What? Oh, someone was pointing. I happen to know the person pointing, so I wasn't sure what was going on. The panel following is composed of experts in each of their mediums. We have Roland Glay-Papp and Emin McNaughton from Rocky Mountain Hemp Build. And industrial hemp is a renewable resource that produces both the hurd and the fiber required to produce hempcrete and hemp wool. It takes about 100 days for hemp to grow to the size it is harvested. An acre of hemp produces over 4 times the amount of cellulose than forest. It's significant. And is therefore extremely efficient. Little or few pesticides and fertilizers are required, making it relatively straightforward to cultivate and to be used as a rotation crop. Yay, hemp. Super plant. Lots of great plants out there, but hemp's definitely one of them. We have Marco Cervantes from Cal Earth. Welcome, Cal Earth. I just started doing their program online, so I'm really enjoying that. Using long sandbags, as they are termed super adobe bags, barbed wire, and on-site earth, and just very few tools, Cal Earth has devised a revolutionary building system that integrates traditional earth architecture with contemporary global safety requirements and passes severe earthquake codes tested in California and actually around the world. So I'm going to add a little to this. Basically, and I'm sure our Cal Earth representative, Marco, will go into this in more detail on the panel, but some of these are traditional architecture around the world, okay? So again, we're honoring native tradition around the world by starting to integrate building techniques that have a great history, right? And they may be new to us, as our last speakers talked about, right? That they're relearning their roots, and this is part of it, because we are all connected to that. And so I think it's important to rediscover these things for ourselves. Okay, I can ad lib as the MC, right? Thank you. Sean King and Cobb Cottage Company. Sean's back, and the word cob comes from the Old English root meaning a lump or a rounded mass. Cob building uses hands and feet to form lumps of earth mixed with sand and straw. A sensory and aesthetic experience, and it really is. You get your feet in the earth, it's awesome. And it's similar to sculpting with clay. And that's true. Cob is easy to learn and inexpensive to build. Because there are no forms, ramming, cement, or reticular bricks, cob lends itself to organic shapes, curved walls, arches, and rich niches. Earth homes are cool in summer, warm in winter, and cob's resistance to rain and cold make it ideally suited to cold climates like in the Pacific Northwest or to desert conditions like we have here. And our last but not least panelist is Curtis Scheib with Eco Energy Building or Builder. Straw bale is Curtis's specialty and has been for many years. And straw bale buildings have super insulated walls made out of stacked straw bales. In most jurisdictions, wood or steel framing is integrated into the walls for structural support, but not always, especially in Swatch County. Though historically straw bales have acted as a building structure, straw bales come from a highly renewable and environmentally friendly resource, right? Which we have growing right here in our valley. Most commonly, the straw used are leftover stalks. So please welcome to the stage our panelists for the Alternative Building panel.
I don't. Hold on. I have them on my phone.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, I'm on. Sweet. Hi, everybody. So I'm moderating this, but somehow I don't have the questions. So, bear with me for a moment while we address that, and we'll be ready to get started. Yeah. Of course. This is Doug. Everybody knows Doug. Doug's taking care of all of our streaming. Thank you, Doug. So we have Doug to thank for all of our post-production documentation of this event. Thanks, sir.
All right, now you got Magic Stupa Crystal Power.
We have Magic Stupa Crystal Power. Yeehaw. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'll want to sit once they start talking.
Okay. Are you going to hold the mic?
Not really.
Okay.
I don't have to.
Right on. Let's get it a little bit closer to you.
Should I raise it?
Yeah, right.
Okay, here we go. All right, so essentially, for those of you that were here last year or watched the video from last year, we just have a series of questions that we ask the panel and let them talk about their materials and the things that they like about it and what the challenges might be. And so now I have all the questions. So I can go through and they'll go through one by one and just talk about their systems based on the questions that we're asking. And then once we're done, if you have more questions, you guys will be able to throw in some questions after the fact. So our first question, panelists. What are your favorite attributes of the system? And so let's do this a little bit creatively and we'll bounce back and forth. So we'll start over here with the hempcrete and let you guys start. And once we get to this side, we'll bounce back in the other direction. And so this is Roland and Eamon.
Hello.
What are your favorite attributes of the system?
Yeah, so I'm from Rocky Mountain Hemp Build here with Eamon. So we do hempcrete. My favorite attribute about hempcrete has to be the fact that it's carbon negative, or the structure that results from building with hempcrete ends up being carbon negative because the hemp has been grown and the carbon sequestered, and that by far, the amount of carbon sequestered by far is greater than the amount of energy used to produce the lime that's the other ingredient of hempcrete. So yeah, like I said, you end up with a carbon negative structure, and that's got to be the number one for me.
Awesome, thanks.
Hi guys, my name's Eamon McNaughton, Rocky Mountain Hemp Build. One of my favorite attributes is the way it handles moisture. Most houses, you're trying to get the water vapor out of the house. This welcomely accepts moisture and then releases it accordingly to the relative humidity inside and outside your home. So it'll keep a perfect relative humidity of around 54 to 55% in your home, and once it goes above 63, the wall's taking that moisture on. It can sustain a humidity level of 93% in the walls for over 2 weeks. So that's kind of what I like about it.
All right, and so this is Curtis. Since we weren't up here, so no one knows what anybody looks like. That's Curtis Scheib.
I'm Curtis. Some of you know me. I've been in and out of Crestone for many years. Of course, I started in straw bale, and I've integrated, and that's one of the things I like is integrating cobs and hempcrete and clays and all these things into it. And one of the best attributes I think about straw bale is it's super insulative. It's you can get straw bales almost anywhere. Of course, you want good tight ones and some criteria, but you're supporting your local farmer, and it's normally a waste product that in many places is just burned off the fields and creates pollution. So neutral kind of in that aspect, but I think that for a building block material that you can get almost off the shelf of your farmer's co-op, it's very insulative, it's easy to work with, and we're going to be doing a workshop later over there at 5, and you guys can come see. I've had anywhere from 3-year-old kids to 93-year-old grandpas participating in wall raisings with it. Plus, all these can be so artistic and creative outside of the box of the normal box that most of us live in. Thank you.
This is Marco. Marco just became one of my favorite new people. Out of stick frame and getting out of all of the things that are wasting resources and essentially.
That is, as was mentioned before, if you're 3 years old, 93 years old, doesn't matter. You can learn how to build this in an hour. So that's another thing about the building method. It's very simple. It's very simple. Really, you can start with a sandbag and a source of earth. So some of you call it dirt, we call it earth. And really, you can use your local soil, your local earth. So it's very simple. So we're going to demo that at 6 o'clock. Another thing is it's very organic. You really can mold this to whatever shape you want. So typically there's your conventional rectangular shaped structures. Well, you can do circular structures, vault-shaped structures, arches, domes, things of that nature. So those are some of the things that are my favorites about Super Adobe.
All right, I'll jump right in. My name's some small amount of clay in it will work. If I can do that, then I feel my own impact. I get to judge that as I go, which I like to do with building. And it is definitely a communal, all ages style building technology. It's easy for anyone from 2-year-old to, which isn't necessarily a problem. It's a very enjoyable process, but it can be slow depending on how the soil is you're building with and the size of your building. And I think that would be my number one. The other thing is that it does need to be
If it is labor intensive. So that's probably what I would say is my least favorite. The barbed wire, you know, it gets fun after a while. You learn how to weave it. So I can teach you how to do that. A lot of people get intimidated by that, but barbed wire is actually pretty simple to use. So.
Yeah, I would say probably one of the least favorite attributes of straw bale, other than it can make you itch a little. So, you know, when you're working with it and trimming it, it's nothing like fiberglass insulation, though. Nothing like it. But, you know, it's a dusty. The bales are heavy as well, but, you know, you're putting up a pre-made insulated block. And the one downside is straw bale does have problems with moisture. You won't see, they do great in Colorado and the southwestern climes, but you get into somewhere like, I don't know, some tropical place where, you know, the humidity's 90% all the time, it's eventually going to probably decompose and rot out a little bit. So that would be where I'd do hempcrete or one of these other forms.
Well, okay, with hempcrete, I would say the dry time. So dry time, the biggest money sucks. It's a little tough.
The other thing is it's rather labor intensive. However, that is changing. There are new technologies coming on stream. Also by using bricks, which are also coming on stream, that kind of reduces that problem. But as the process currently works, you need quite a few people to make meaningful progress, and so that's a negative.
All right. Next, you want to jump in there, Eamon? Did you have something you want to say? Okay, cool. All right. So our next one is, what specialized skills are required? And
what kind of base price is $25 per cubic foot?
Yeah, no. What was the first question? Sorry.
Specialized skills.
The only specialized skills that I really
Eamon,
look for.
let me jump in there. Yeah. Would you consider this to be an owner-builder friendly product?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can figure it out. Like some others have said, it's not rocket science. There's just things you need to know when mixing, because the mixing can go very wrong if you're using the wrong kind of lime with the wrong pozzolans. But some other things that we need, forming properly. The forming can get completely off if you're wrong at the bottom, and then it starts like forming out like this. All of a sudden at the top, you know, you're 6 inches thicker, so that's tough. But the other special skills is just have a good time and laugh a little bit with your friends and take your time, you know, because sometimes we get into this rush like we got to get it done. It's like, oh no, let's slow down the BPMs and just relax and just enjoy each other's company.
Well, and with straw bale construction, you know, there's certain aspects of it that are the same as any building, whether it's hemp or a little different on the domes and stuff, but you still got to have a roof. You still have to have the wiring, plumbing, all those other things. So I would say one of the skills in the actual straw bale aspect is in hundreds of workshops over doing this 25 years, some of the best straw bale apprentices and builders were traditional home, and it had a stucco finish, plaster inside instead of just drywall and those kind of things. A few years ago, the roof that have to travel through a supply chain. So the beauty of this, these guys are getting their hemp. They say the best hemp herd in the world's coming right out of center, right down the road here from you all, because these counties are pro hemp and cannabis. And I think hemp and cob and all these things, these alternative building, are going to come back strong because a piece of lumber is so expensive and so on and so forth. So I built them as low as 40 a square foot for myself. And these are nice homes with in-floor radiant heat and, you know, passive solar design, which I got to just stick this in. No matter what you're building with, you've got to incorporate passive solar design. It's very simple. It costs a little more, and you need to kind of know some math, but it's not rocket science. Any house, whether it's hemp, straw bale, earth bag, cob, whatever, papercrete, hempcrete, whatever. If you utilize passive solar and you well insulate your roof, a lot of people skip that, you buy the good windows, that home can almost heat itself with a candle and cool itself with an ice cube. Most of these homes that I've done that are going on 25 years in this climate are performing great. And most people do not want to leave them because there isn't too many options like that out there. So I think, you know, and I built them up to $250, $300, $400 a square foot too. So, but owner build, I'd say 40 to 80 if you're simple and maybe doing load bearing, which is kind of a thing I've been experimenting with. I can't do it anywhere but in Swatch County because of the codes. Okay, so I built one 12 years ago out in the Grants in the Baca, and 2-story, and it was the only one in the world at the time, and it's holding strong. And we're going to be doing some other workshops out there at the end of this month on a new property where I'm building another one. So there's no lumber involved in holding that structure up. There's some all thread and straw bale and lumber around the doors and windows, and then you got to still have lumber for your roof system. So you know, these things, all of these things need passive solar and passive cooling, which a lot of people forget about. Thank you.
Particularly with earth bag would be your barbed wire. If you know how to weave barbed wire, that would be a skill. You're really, you know, you're working with buckets, shovels, so that's pretty simple. Lane bag, I would say, is another skill. If you have basic carpentry skills, that would be a plus, because the bags, they mold around openings. So windows and door openings, they would require a temporary form. So if you have carpentry skills, then that would be a plus. Compass, we use a compass chain system to generate the dome geometry. So if you are one of those like QA, QC, stickler kind of people, you know, very precise, we need you, right? Because the dome is built based on that compass at every row. So that would be a skill. As far as cost, that's kind of a tricky question. You know, if you're an owner builder, it's one kind of cost structure. If you're hiring a group of people, that's a completely different cost structure, right? If you're an owner builder, it could be $40 a square foot, right? And what really drives that cost are your custom windows, custom doors, skylight, services. Because really, if you think about it, the earth, you can use a local earth. That's free, right? Sandbags, you can buy a whole roll of sandbags for your house for $1,000. Barbed wire, about $1,000 as well. So what drives the cost? Services, custom windows, doors, that stuff. So that's what I would say for earth bags.
All right, for something like a recognizably normal roof on top of it. Particular need to use any power tools at all during the building process. It can be very owner-builder friendly, especially if you are good at being popular and you can get your friends to come over and dance in mud for you to help mix your cob and put it on the walls. You can learn how to put a wall together in a pretty in a sturdy and durable way pretty quickly. And you can get good at being efficient with cob mixes and understanding your soils in, you know, a few days of playing with it, especially if you have someone guiding you. Now, cost per square foot, that varies depending on your strategy more than anything else. At Cobb Cottage Company, which is where I learned and I also taught for a few years, The emphasis is on using local materials and recycled and salvaged materials, including the glass for windows, including using potentially single pane windows if you are going to be diligent about covering them at night when your house will re-radiate the heat outward and you lose what you gain during the day very quickly. And the buildings can work pretty well for that. And so the place where people spend money first, and this is one way to look at it actually, is like, where do you have to spend money, typically in a house? First place in a cob house is a roofing membrane of some sort or another, because you can salvage almost everything else, but you don't necessarily want to salvage a roofing membrane because it's going to have some holes you don't know about, and then your house will leak. So unless you have some specialized knowledge for how to build a waterproof roof out of traditional materials like birch bark or something like that, that's the place you're going to first spend money. And then after that, in some cases, you might use concrete in the foundation, although I've been building rubble trench foundations for quite a while and using mud mortar for the stem wall, clay-rich mortar with a lot of sharp aggregate, and that works just fine. You don't necessarily use concrete. So, you could start at zero, all your time salvaging all the materials, and you do something with your roof that that taps older knowledge that doesn't use a membrane, and then a membrane might get you up in a few dollars per square foot, and it just goes upward from there in terms of how fancy you can get. But I think that the question about is it owner builder friendly, I think it's fantastically so, because it's communal, it's social. I like that about some of the other building styles. You can invite people over. Hey, come on, let's help me build a house. Let's do barn raising together. And that's a very important signal to have in the building community that we can do this together. Cobb and the other styles that we're talking about here.
So he said a few things there that sparked some conversation. And I owe you another cost, right? Because I didn't say what would the cost be if you were to hire a crew. So it would be about $200 a square foot if you were to hire a crew and be like, hey, get it done as soon as possible. But, that really gets into the question, right? Where do you lie on that? So do you want to participate in the construction of your home? If that's the case, the cost will go down, right? Do you want to delegate that to others? Well, that's where the price goes up, because if you really think about it, you're hiring people that I think we could all agree deserve a living wage, right? So you don't hire just, we don't, at least for me, I don't take a page out of the mainstream model where we go $9 an hour minimum wage. No, these are skilled people that went to a school to learn to build. They deserve to get paid, right? They deserve to get a living wage. So if you look at it that way, then the cost is comparable to maybe, it could even be a little bit less still than a residential home, a conventional house. But you could argue, even if it did cost the same as a conventional house, in terms of square footage, cost per square footage, it's still superior in terms of how much energy it consumes, in terms of how long it lasts, in terms of materials you use are non-toxic, in terms of just all of those other benefits. In the case of earth building, it's earth bag building, it's earthquake proof, right? Most of these, if not all, are fireproof, right? So if you take all of that into account, you could argue that this is worth more than what is typically the market value for a regular house. But that's beyond the point, right? So if you just look at it like, well, I'm going to build it myself, it's about $40 a square foot, and less than that. But just think about that when you think about hiring people who are going to build your house, right? Just think about that, and that's why the cost is comparable to just residential, conventional houses.
Thanks, Marco. Let's do a single question, because I think this one can be a little bit quick. What is the lifespan of the system, since we just talked about cost? Because we start talking about earthships and the cost to build an earthship, and where you do have to have a legit roof, and you do have to have a good water system, water management system. Your gray water system ends up having an investment in it. As much as all the tires in the earth to make that part are free, there are costs associated, but that earthship is going to last for the better part of a couple thousand years, the best we can fathom. I'm pretty sure the Anasazi are looking down, high-fiving us. And so consider that as we go around this next layer of everyone expressing the lifespan of that system. Because when you look at the lifespan of a stick frame, especially a 2x4 stick frame, I think if you take really good care of it right now, we're looking at maybe 100 years. I'm getting daggers behind me right now. I'm trying to give them some love. Trying to give them some love. We might be more like 60 in real time. So let's talk about the lifespan of those systems, because when you double, triple, and quadruple the lifespan, your actual costs are dropping considerably as the lifespan goes.
All right, thank you for that question. Yeah, like what I like to say about stick frame buildings is they fall apart about the same time you do. Yeah. You got your lifespan. So you spend your life paying for your mortgage and, you know, all this other kind of stuff, and then your house is falling apart when you are and you can't keep up with it. Not a good strategy to have for sheltering yourself. No. So as far as cob goes, tell you a quick story. Yanto Evans, who with his partner Linda Smiley are basically the founders of the cob revival. Yanto is a Welshman, and in Wales there are quite a few old cob buildings, and he tells the story that when he was in high school, he dated a girl or woman, I don't know exactly what age you call that line. He dated someone whose family had been living in the same cob house for 900 years. Generation after generation. So we're talking some pretty serious mileage on these houses. He also says that he and Linda had a chance to examine some abandoned cob buildings on a peninsula that jutted out into the North Atlantic, which means they got hit by horizontal rain every winter severely. And the buildings that still had their original slate roofs on them, the walls were eroding at a rate of about 1 inch per 100 years from that rain. So if you have a 16-inch thick wall, think about it. If doing nothing, no maintenance, that's how long those walls last. As soon as you take the slate roof off, they dissolve into a pile of mud with plants growing out of it inside 1 season. You wet cob from soak it from the top.
I would second that, indefinite. With earthbag building, particularly with CalEarth, what we do is design the buildings to be built in the design of a dome or arches, vaults, things of that nature. If you look at, Roman architecture, those buildings are still standing. And those are thousands of years old, and they're arches, right? Arches National Park. Those rock formations, they're arches, right? They're not reinforced with concrete. They're not, metal rebar, nothing like that, and they're still standing. So we're pretty confident that, unless there's a devastating earthquake event, that those buildings will last as long as at least you and more generations, hundreds of years. I'm very confident saying that.
Well, with straw bale and the resurgence, as most of these alternative, I don't even like calling them alternative. They should be main technologies. And there was a resurgence out of them lovely hippies that were having fun in the 60s. That's when straw bale came out, and cob and hemp and all these things started gaining this old knowledge. This knowledge that goes back thousands of years. Indigenous cultures, look at what they build out of, wattle and daub and things. So in straw, you have a good foundation. As we always said, if you got good boots and a hat, you're not going to get wet or cold, are you? So good foundation, well draining, protection from frost, and either rubble trench or whatever, and a strong, sturdy post and beam, just like you see holding these chairs out here and all this stuff, is similar to what we would use. Even if in hundreds of years the straw bales themselves, if water gets here over time, we'll destroy that too. So we always put a lot of money in the roof, steel roofs, extra underlayment underneath them, because if you want to build a building that will be impermanent to some degree and can be rebuilt. And unfortunately, slate's great. It'll last forever, but we don't have enough slate to put it on everyone's roof. And it's a dying art. I don't even know if people know how to put it on or can do it out in this country anyway. So that's what my thoughts are. Is almost every one of these technologies will outlast your toxic box that you see going up across the plains and outside of every city around by hundreds of years at least. And I'm sure these guys got some more to add to that.
Yeah, so modern hempcrete started about 40 years ago in France, and so we don't have the test of time for the way we actually build it. But there's a good story from when France was before France, about 1,500 years ago. They built a bridge in this little town, and to this day, it's the only thing that has survived the last 1,500 years. It's the only thing standing, and they used hemp in the building. In World War II, when the Nazis were running away, they crossed the bridge and they shelled it and they tried to blow it up, but it did not fall down. So hemp holds things together a little bit. The projections now, like I said, it's kind of like indefinite. They just don't know, but it's like, okay, we'll start at 300 years. It'll last about that long. Hemp just gets stronger over time because the lime wants to become a rock, and so it's actually petrifying and tightening up over time. So yeah, we just don't know, but a very long time. As I was saying to other people, you can come back in your next life and see if you can locate your house, and maybe you can kick the people out or just build a new one.
Yeah, I would just add to that the only thing that's really required from a maintenance point of view with hempcrete is your outer layer. So if you've got lime render and you start to see cracks, you just fill the cracks and job done, really. So as long as you keep up on basic maintenance, indefinitely.
I just want to add one thing. Like from what I'm hearing with these fine young gentlemen up here is we all have extremely similar materials doing the same things, and it's kind of crazy that we haven't been building like this. I mean, the Industrial Revolution kind of destroyed this. They wanted fast and quick and cheap, and I think we're getting back to it. But I also want to collaborate with these people and find better ways to mix our materials together to find a even higher performing home.
Yeah, hang on. I want to add to that real quick. Just a minute.
Go right ahead.
So,
Curtis.
I've been intrigued. You know, I've done cob. I've done all these. I go take workshops from other people because I'm a true master is always a student, right? You gotta keep learning. What's the new way? I got a new way to do load bearing. Maybe these guys got something else or whatever. But I like the idea of incorporating these things. So I built a house once, and we had a big cob mast, reading nook. It took us months to build that thing. We had them walls up in 2 weeks. You know, that cob reading nook, oh my God. But the owner wanted it, and he was willing to put his time in. And, layer up, let it dry. Oh my God. And these guys too with the dry times, So cob adds mass to the inside of a straw bale house that now with passive solar design really doesn't need a system to heat it. A little fireplace is all you need. I'm incorporating all of these natural materials because before the modern age, Industrial Revolution, all that, this is what we were working with. What's local? Colorado's famous for log cabins. Well, you can see the results of that if you look at pictures of Aspen or any of these mining towns at the turn of the century. There wasn't a tree on the hill. So we've lost all this old growth and things that are important. So local straw, local hemp right out of there. This earth, right out of the ground. Cob right out of the ground. And integrate them all into these buildings. And you're also living in a piece of art. You can sculpt this stuff. You can do all kinds of things.
Specific to your needs. So I don't sell domes. I don't sell this stuff. If somebody's like, hey, is this better in humid climates? I say no. Don't build this here. If it's a desert, all day. Domes and earth bags were built in an arid environment. So it was born out of that environment. So I will, without hesitation, be like, hey, this is a better way to go in the desert. But in the forest, in the tropics, cold climates where it's always wet, I defer to these guys, right? So, it's always good to do what's best for your site. not what the best type of building is. That's not the right question to ask. It's what works for my site.
You want to jump in there too?
It's all right. You go ahead and roll the next question.
I'm just going to let these guys run it. I'm going to go over here. To Curtis's point, we are doing a permanent structure this year, and we are incorporating, I think, about 5 or 6 different systems into that, just to start crossing that bridge to how do we marry these together for best purpose. Tires are a great building material, but you really kind of got to be a freak to want to do it because it is an enormous amount of work. Cob takes a long time. Tires are stupid work, but they will be there for eternity. So that's kind of what we're doing over there in the building demo section this weekend, is actually building the kids a playhouse and seeing how that comes and how we marry some of these things together. And how many of you were on the home tour this morning? Oh yeah, did you guys see anything cool? Yeah? So we have some, if you didn't make it on this year's home tour, the Cal Earth bags and how they do it, how much energy it takes. We pounded tires this morning in the blazing sun. But we'll be doing all of these systems throughout the day so you can actually witness what it takes to get them done. We've only got a couple of questions left, so we're almost there. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. The next one, I'm going to double up again because I think these double up well. Let's see. Most of you guys already covered the varying climate scenarios, so let's jump into ease of retrofitting or additions, and what's the waste that gets created?
Okay, for Cobb, retrofitting can be challenging if you don't plan it ahead of time because you have a pretty durable material and you have to cut into it, and it's hard to wet from the side. So you're talking about digging through it dry, which is pretty intensive labor. If you want to cut a new doorway, for example, it is also somewhat tricky but possible to attach cob that's wet to dry cob successfully because they tend to want to separate from one another as the new cob is drying. So there's some challenges there. Definitely if you're building cob, you can build sequentially or accretionarily. So you start with one smaller space and you know you're going to add to it. So you put in a wooden frame where you know there's going to be a door and fill it in. And then maybe with clay straw, for example, a lighter weight material. And then when it's time, you can build on the outside of that and then just open the opening up. Now, you need to plan your electrical and plumbing pretty well because you can't really easily get into those walls at all to run wire. It's not like you have a hollow wall space where you can run wire. So that's important. And also, when you're attaching wooden components to cob, you have to have some wood with nails or other bits of metal in it embedded in the cob to attach to. So if that's not already there, there's a lot of extra work. So I would rate cob as somewhat challenging to retrofit, and you would greet that challenge or meet that challenge with planning, thinking about how you might want to change the building, and trying to incorporate ways of doing those changes further down the road. Space, or is it neutral or maybe even beneficial? I think that's an important way to think about what your impact when you're housing yourself or you're helping someone house themselves. And with cobbers, basically, it's close to zero, and that's a major benefit, I believe.
So you can retrofit these domes with modular sort of domes after the fact. As long as you set up an opening on one of the axes of the domes, you can add to it later. So a lot of it in it with earth. So that's that, right? Barbed wire. If you have any extra barbed wire, you use it on your next project. You can incorporate it in the dome. You can build it into the plaster, no problem. So that's for barbed wire. The only maybe potential waste would be if you have, prefabricated door frames or window frames or skylights. If you were to modify that in any way, maybe the metal. But if you're creative, you can put that to use as well. So no waste with earthback building. And I got a story. So I got asked a question once from one of my students. They were like, "What kind of technology is this?" Think about it. Lowe's, you can reuse all this stuff, especially cob, and maybe you guys can speak to your building tech. So.
So usually the leftover waste and straw bale construction gets scattered on the garden right out back, or if you're building new construction, you're usually, there's a reason you see them spray straw on seeds when they do highway work or any of that kind of stuff. So there's really no waste really in the wall system much. A little bit of scrap, wire and metal, which can all be recycled. And of course, you all bear in mind, everything that we all do here is mainly the wall system. So you hear us talking about different kinds of roofs, membrane, metal, whatever, but without a good hat, you're going to have problems. Without a good boot, you're going to have problems. Rubble trenches are great because moisture just goes right out of them into the surrounding soil, and they're cheap. I still use concrete. I don't mind using some concrete now and then, but because it is a strong material. But you want to try to minimize that. So what was the second part of the question? The waste? Retrofit. Oh, retrofit. I got those turned around. So retrofit with straw bale is pretty easy, actually, because we've done quite a few. What you do is you just come up, cut through the stucco with a diamond tipped or a masonry blade, and you cut that wide enough, and then you just do it on the inside. So we drill a hole through, and these walls are 18 inches wide, as you'll see over there. And then you just stick a chainsaw in those grooves, and you just cut that bale all that straw right out of there, and you just push it out. It usually goes out in one big package. And then you, of course, overcut it a little so you can put in some framing to add your door or whatever. And also in the thing of retrofitting, I think I want to add, there's a lot of these materials that could be wrapped around your existing home. Okay? So retrofit, I think you meant how is it easy is it to add on later, but retrofit your existing home by wrapping it in concrete. There's different things you can do. So I've wrapped straw bale around log homes. Usually the problem and challenge is they have short little roof eaves, so you usually got to add on a porch or some kind of extra roof eave, and you can just wrap almost any of these products around your existing home if you really wanted to stay where you are and you like that. As I say, it has good bones.
Somebody once told me the most sustainable home is the one that's already built. So retrofitting what's already there. In conventional homes, you can do that easily with hempcrete. Our very first job was a 1,000 square foot circular garage that was made of brick. And we just ripped off the drywall, took out the moldy insulation that was pink, and we retrofitted a 9.5 inch hempcrete wall that was curved about 40 feet, 8.5 feet tall. And it works perfectly. It was for an essential oils lab. Our next job actually coming up here in a little bit is actually the Swatch Hotel, the historic Swatch Hotel. And so we're going to retrofit the brick there in the lounge and also in the annex. And if he likes it, we'll just keep going with it. So it's easily done. And they found that hempcrete, because lime, it relates with old buildings, with the stones and the rocks very well. So it kind of molds in. It has some movement, so it's not going to crack like Portland cement. One of my favorite stories of a retrofit is they didn't even retrofit this warehouse that had mold issues. They just took a giant block of hempcrete and stuck it in the middle of this warehouse, and it solved its mold issues because of what I talked about earlier about the relative humidity. So this just giant block in the middle of a warehouse took care of the mold issues. So that was kind of cool. And I think you're going to tackle the next question.
So in terms of waste, there's very little waste with hempcrete. The only direct waste would be any material that's kind of fallen out of the forms, and that's biodegradable. It can just be turned into the earth, and that takes care of itself. The only other potential waste source are the forms that we use. So we use OSB boards, and we reuse them as often as possible, but after a while, they do need to be discarded. What I would mention also about what was mentioned earlier about what happens to your house if it's demolished. So hempcrete hasn't been around that long, so that hasn't really arisen yet. But we have heard of cases where hempcrete that has been a fresh batch, and it'll come out just the same way as the original.
You can also use it in your floor insulation or ceiling. You can just take the broken down hemp and just chuck it in the ceiling, and that can work too.
Awesome. Okay, last question. Here we go. This is the fun one, because not everyone lives in the SLV. So the last one is permitting and code issues. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, here in the Baca and in most of Saguache County, our building codes don't really apply in a lot of levels.
Yeah, a lot of people, when considering hempcretes, the permitting issue comes up, and it's sometimes conceived as a roadblock. That's not necessarily the case. If you know and are working with a structural engineer who actually knows about hempcrete, then his permission will be enough to get it past the permitting department. So it's really about finding a structural engineer who knows the material and who's worked with it before. And we work closely with a few of those. So if you are considering hempcrete and you're looking for a structural engineer, do get in touch with us.
Yeah. 3-4 years ago, people were trying to hide it because hemp was illegal, and so they didn't like to bring up the word, so they would say bonded cellulose insulation, and that's kind of the formal term for hempcrete, because they didn't want to use the word. So they just say that, and they're like, oh, that sounds kind of nice. It's just an insulation that's bonded. So that's how they used to do it. So we're getting very excited as a viable material in code.
This and whoever that. And what I found is, you know, most of them people are pretty decent, and if you go to them with a good argument. But the first time I built a straw bale in Breckenridge, Summit County, you know, big building department. You know, they got people doing everything. And I went in literally months before, and I said, who's your head dude that reviews plans and approves this shit? And I got to talking with him, and I gave him, plopped this big straw bale book down on his desk. I said, I'm going to be back in 3 to 4 months with a set of plans. I'd like for you to get educated on this. So that's a little extreme, but about it. And so they wanted to come out and do, you know, have extra inspections just to be more involved in it. You know, so we kind of had to set the precedents. There's always a challenge for the first few, but one
question of if it works, right? We have the designs, we have the blueprints. In fact, the county of San Bernardino, where this was first permitted, they hired a third-party structural engineer, basically to wrap cables around the domes and to pull them. And that was the earthquake test, and the cable snapped, right? So it's beyond measure. It works. But that's not the point, right? The point is convincing your regulators that this is something that is worth considering. So, you know, what I've done is I've reached out to regulators in a couple ways. Hey, you know, would you like to take a tour of a building that we've permitted in another county, right? We give them educational material, or we just sit down with them and have a meeting and say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. This is a prototype. So to word it differently than, hey, I'm building my own house, if you word it like, hey, this is a prototype that we think will benefit the community, they want their name all over that, right? But if it's, hey, I want to build my own house, well, why do I care? So what? So you have to know how to language that with the people that are going to approve this. So definitely go out and talk to them. Don't be shy, you know, because that's the key, really, to getting this out there. So that's what I would say.
So as far as cob goes, I don't believe it exists in international code or in, you know, any of the the North American regions that I'm aware of. There's historic cob buildings in multiple places in the world where there's been code for those buildings. So there's some acceptability there, but it's largely unknown by engineers and code officials. So when you're approaching a code official, and I agree that you have to engage, you have to, you know, if it's going to be a permitted building at all, if you're going to go down that path, you have to engage positively, you know, bring materials in to educate, etc. One strategy I've heard is people supporting the roof with post and beam, for example. So you're not asking an engineer to approve something where the load of the roof is on the cob walls. Cob wall, it's fine, it can hold up, you can park a car on top of it. It's not an issue. That's not the question. The question is, is someone in the technical fields or in the regulatory fields going to be confident about it? And the answer typically is no, because they just don't know. I have heard of, for example, a post and beam roof, and they called the cob mineral infill. Okay, good enough. It's inside the wall. So they care less if the wall is just doing its thing, standing up by itself, having a window in it, whatever. It's not holding up the roof. There are efforts to put cob into the International Building Code and get it code approved. The challenges there I see are twofold. One of them is that soil varies everywhere. So to try and create a standard for it is very difficult. It doesn't actually really make sense. You almost have to test it directly. Your soil, how does it perform when you form it into cob? And then it becomes sort of like you have to set the code up to be performance-based, meaning you show that, you know, you go about doing the tests and you show that to the engineers. That can be very expensive and technical. I've had in mind as something I might do or would encourage, you know, help someone else do, to develop owner-builder performance testing systems, because really, I mean, you're adding torsion, you're adding tension stress, you're adding compressional stress. You can do that with 2x4s and sand and stuff. You don't need necessarily need a fancy equipment to get to the point where an engineer's like, oh yeah, that'll hold the roof up. The other point that I think is important to know is I believe with Adobe, and anyone here can correct me if you know differently, when they got it into code, in some places they wound up with a code requirement that you add asphalt emulsion to the Adobe so that it couldn't soften from water. Well, cob is only cob if you can soften it with water and reuse it. It's something else if you add a stabilizer to it. And so what I believe the other significant strategy for getting cob into code is to have cob defined as a building material that can be reused when it's re-wetted. If you define it that way in the very first part of the code, then everything that follows is rational to it. You're never going to be faced with someone saying, you got to stabilize that stuff, it's not safe. You know, well, we know it's safe. If you get it wet from the top, you got a problem, just like with straw bales. But, you know, if you're talking about it getting wet from the side or anything else, don't worry about it. Nothing's going to happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. I love building out of anything but sticks. Okay, so at this point, I like to believe we did our very best to ask these guys questions that gave them the ability to share as much as possible about their systems, the benefits, the drawbacks. I love that all of them go back to the earth. They go back into the garden, or they can be put back up. That just makes me happy. So at this point, we're opening up to questions that maybe we didn't have a chance to cover, or that might still be ringing inside of your head. Easiest thing is to raise a hand, and then I'll do my best to repeat the question. What you got there, sir? So how does an extremely rainy season affect your build? And to that point, dude, I had a year where I was my second floor in my earthship. I have all these papercrete blocks that I went to lay that year, and it rained from 2 o'clock until just before dusk every day. And I would walk in my shop downstairs, and it was raining all over everything. And it was a hideous experience. So that's real, even in the desert. So we'll go ahead and start over here with you, Sean.
All right. For cob, don't let the top of your wall get wet from the rain. It will still continue drying. Cob really, you know, the clay, sand, straw mix of cob or clay soil, subsoil, aggregate, straw, or fiber mix really wants to get rid of its moisture. It wants to dry out. So even, unless the humidity is absolutely 100%, some rain, even a rainy season, is not going to stop your walls from drying out. They will dry more slowly, so you wind up with a longer clock. Where I learned to build cob is in the coastal rainforest of Oregon, and they're building that way. So, they have somewhat of a dry season, but it can rain any day. So just keep it from getting wet on the top, and you're good.
So we teach these principles at our workshops called geometry, membrane, and protection. So with a dome, you already have the geometry to shed water, right? It's a bald structure, right? A bald head. So any water that falls on that is immediately drawn away, shed away. But you also got to think about your surrounding environment, not just the building, what's around it. Is the landscape sloped to go away from the building? Because you also have subsurface water that could trickle in into the foundation or from the wall or the floor, excuse me. So you got to manage that with proper grading, right, as well. Membrane would be any impermeable membrane that's waterproof. So if you're going the more natural route, you can do a lime-based waterproof wash, and put that over the dome. Or you can go more conventional and do like an elastomeric paint. If you're doing elastomeric paint, you've addressed membrane and protection, because your membrane is susceptible to UV rays, right? So if you do a lime-based waterproof wash, the sun is going to bake that, and you're going to have to redo that. So your protection element is another coat of lime wash every season, or build a thatched roof over the dome, or a terracotta roof over the dome, a separate roof. So, and it's not particularly designed to be waterproof, but to protect the membrane against the UV rays. So there's a little bit of that with domes.
With straw bale, unless we're doing load bearing, we always put the post and beam and the whole roof structure up first. So, and I can't tell you how nice it is when you're not having the sun beat down on you and the wind and snow blow through you is bad. So that's how we accomplish that. In load bearing, like kind of what we're going to have doing in the workshop and what I'm doing in these other workshops over in the Baca, you got to expose the bales because you're stacking as you go until you get to that floor or roof level, and then you can quickly, run something across that. So in that case, we'll be putting tarps over that, wall system every night after we work. So we want to, but a straw bale wall can go up in a weekend. You could get all the walls in the house if you're prepared in 2 weekends. And so anyway, like I said, I'm going to throw a little pitch, but I'm doing a workshop mainly to teach people. The proceeds from this will be extended. These are weekend workshops. The last week in September, some of this knowledge on to people. There's a new generation, and they're the ones that are really going to change shit. All we did was bust the door down. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, with hempcrete, in a retrofit, it's great. I mean, you're just indoors, so no big deal. But hempcrete, yeah, so we would have our nice canopy over there with the mixer, bucket mixer under that, and we run it from buckets to the wall. The house is usually framed out before that, so on the roof we can just roll a tarp over wherever the wall is. But yeah, it doesn't like a ton of moisture on top of it. It kind of changes the ratio of the water to hemp and lime mix. But it's definitely doable. But I don't know any construction site that has a good time in the rain. The one other thing I was thinking about is there's no real power tools out there. So in terms of working with electricity and power tools, that's another safety measure that's not existent there. It's just fine.
I think you got it.
Okay, got it.
Awesome. Anybody else? Yes, sir. So are you asking, would it be better if your community organized themselves to then go to your governing bodies essentially and collectively say, hey, we really want this to be something we can do here? Gotcha. So the question, I believe the question now becomes, is it a potentially more powerful to go to the legislators and to your governing bodies as a community member as opposed to as a developer or a builder or a commercial person saying, I'm trying to make money?
Yeah, I mean, the more exposure, the better. And obviously, a developer can go into more technical details with them, which might be necessary. But of course, the more people that express an interest, it keeps nudging it forward. So
it's in their ear, so.
Yeah, totally. The answer is yes.
Keep talking about it.
Yeah, keep talking about it. If you find you're talking to one of your governing bodies or legislators or conspectors or anybody, just start talking to them. What else we got out there, folks?
That we've been impacted by, we wanted to start a movement like this back home. So that was just a thought that I had if y'all had any projects like that.
And yeah, would you mind actually just restating that? That's why I handed you the mic. There's no way that I can do that.
All right, my question was if any of these individuals had have done any projects with any tribal nations. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the code issues that you guys are dealing with on tribal nation lands. Yeah.
I've done a project with doing an earthen oven build, which is an introduction to the building material, but it was not actual structure. But there was definitely the openness to the materials and their implementation with the freedom to experiment was a wonderful aspect of being in that environment.
Yes, to answer your question, the San Pasqual tribe in California did work with them, and they're all on board. And most of the interactions I've had with tribes, they regulate themselves. So really, that's a great place to implement a lot of this work. So.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, that's always been something I've thought about. And the beauty, I think, of all of these building materials is low skill, local material, community involvement in building them. So, and they're all high performance. They're high performance. They require less fuel to heat, cool, and so on. Or, you know, you use that passive solar design and so on. You can get that, you know, passive cooling. So I'm a big proponent of that, and I do know of several projects that happened on Pine Ridge up in South Dakota with straw bales specifically, where they've gone in with the big local people like me and volunteers and went up there and taught them all how to do this. And that's the beauty of almost any of these technologies is once you learn it, it ain't rocket science. You don't need an engineering degree. You just need an engineer to stamp your plans usually. But other than that, this stuff is simple. There's lots of books on it. There's lots of videos, information. And I know, you know, most of us are going to put us up at the Hyatt Regency or anything. You know, we're here because we want to share this with the whatever they used to. There's some term they called them in the old days. I don't want to get too crazy there, but anyway.
Yeah, to answer your question, we haven't done any projects yet, but we are exploring some, and we'd love to talk to you guys.
Yeah, there was. I have a friend that's in the Pueblos nation down in Taos, and he wants to basically create an industry around hemp where you're actually growing the bricks, the marketing, everything. So it's not just building structures on the lands, but actually creating a whole industry for them because they need work, they want work, and yeah.
Of course, Kim.
I just want to come in, not as an EMC. I actually in southern Utah, and it's still going on there, but we were working with the Dene with a block called Flexcrete, which was actually a byproduct from the power plant. It was basically great RF factor. It's really insulated, and the only issue I had was Indian time getting the Flexcrete blocks. But we did finally complete the cabin and got King County, Utah, to approve that first time, and they were really open to working with the Dene and the project, which is actually Page, Arizona. So there was kind of some interplay. And I live here now, but I was quite involved in that community for a while.
Okay, and not to cut it short at this point, but we could probably do this for most of the afternoon, and Nick will hate me if I drag this out anymore. So most of these guys, all of these guys, and myself will all be around all weekend long. So most of them have booths set up and can answer questions if you have specific questions on materials or systems. Thank you guys so much for being out here. Thank you, panel. Everybody have a wonderful afternoon. I'm going to turn it back over to Kim.
All right. Thanks so much for supporting the panel. And please take part in the upcoming workshops this evening. I think they'll be great to have hands-on, whether you've done it before or not. Just get real with the products and the things that everyone's spoken about. So we're going to move on over to our page now. Hi, Flo. Flowing on over. Thank you for Chloe and Sammy. So give it up for them and enjoy. We will be coming back in about a half hour. Our last panel, which is kind of near and dear to my heart as well, is community sovereignty and the right to heal with entheogens, which is medicinal plants. So please join us in about a half hour or so for that. Thank you.
Oh, hey, I got a just quick announcement. All of our presenters, and musicians, if you've been over on the flow stage or at the community stage, please come and see us. We do have other refreshments and things here in the back and some tickets for our elixir bar for you, so we're sorry if we missed you. But for the whole community, we have free food. We have a stir fry being made right now in our Conscious Kitchen. So we have amazing food all over to make sure everybody's fed. Thank you.
Oh, that food is really good, by the way. That stir fry rocked. Thank you, Faith, and everybody over there at the community kitchen. Don't miss out.
Saraswati Namaha Jai Ma
So usually I start it, but if you would like to start it, you're welcome. No, feel free. No, feel free. Yeah, that would be great. I don't know if they're done yet. Which is so just Matthew, Duffy, Brigitte. Oh, Lisa? Okay. You're on the panel now?
Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna know Kevin Matthews, but hey.
Are they? Okay. Thank you so much, Chloe and Sammy. That was a nice, eclectic set. Awesome. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone, to the main stage. And I did want to point out they are starting the building workshop behind the kids area, just if anyone's interested in that. Okay, and that's going to be going on simultaneously. That'll continue into the evening as well. I just want to introduce our next panel. And here at the Energy Fair, we're definitely trying to integrate more and more, because energy is everywhere, right? Energy is in the plants, it's in the earth, and it's in the sky. It's in, she'll be hosting the panel. But our panel consists of Matthew Duffy from Spore. Hey, Matthew. Brigitte Mars, who is, I've known of Brigitte for decades, and she's a plant author and a very renowned herbalist. And we have Lisa Bodie, who has now joined the panel in representation for Kevin Matthews from Vote Nature. She's not representing anybody. She's just going to be present. Okay. And so I'm going to hand this over to Lydia and have fun. I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Hi, everybody. This is my first panel moderation, so bear with me. But I'm really happy to have everybody here today to have a conversation about something that is very near and dear to my heart. I think maybe we'll get started by kicking off with a little introduction and how plant medicine is special to you and how you're involved in the movement and things like that. So here we have Lisa.
Hi, everyone. My name's Lisa Bodie. Thank you for coming. My role here is I'm the director of the Energy Fair, and we just have an amazing team of people and folks. So I just want to honor again all the hard work going on out there. So plant medicines and their importance in my life. I've been fortunate to work with some really amazing teachers in Paititi Institute and go down to Peru and live down there. Really working on the healing aspects for their own paths of healing. So serving in volunteer roles with that group and as a sitter as well with medicines. So, and then working with the Native American church with the peyote medicine and, really just my own growth. It's just been phenomenal of how much it's tuned me into the work of service in community and connection and how we all really intertwine and weave together. So it's just been a powerful teacher for me.
Greetings, ecoactives. Do that kind of medicine. Wouldn't you like to have a friendly grandmother that's into health and fitness? They're like praying for you and doing energy work. But to add to my psychedelic bibliography or biography, when I was 19 years old, I lived with Rosemary Leary, who was married to Timothy Leary at the time when she was a fugitive. So it was a time of great adventure, I shall say, and that Terrence McKenna used to stay at our house when he was in Boulder. So thank you so much.
Whoa.
I rarely admit when I'm jealous, but I'm jealous. My name's Matthew Duffy. I go by my last name, Duffy. Co-founder with Kevin Matthews here of SPORE. He's no longer with SPORE. All community though. SPORE is the Society for Psychedelic Outreach, Reform, and Education. And we came out of the campaign that decriminalized mushrooms in Denver back in 2019. And we've recently had a big alchemical, transformational Phoenix revival with SPORE. A lot has shifted. We've composted the executive director role, which is the conventional title for, the leaders of the nonprofits. So now I'm co-ecosystem steward. I prefer Captain Compost. Captain Compost feels best for me, but co-ecosystem steward with Monica Cadena at SPORE, and we're based outside of Denver, and it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, all the organizers here. Thank you, Crestone. Thank you, the Hopi and Navajo people. Thank you.
Here, Duffy, I'll real quick introduce Kevin Matthews, who couldn't make it today. He was feeling under the weather, but his movement, Vote Nature, is, I think, really important for Colorado, and he spearheaded, correct me if I'm wrong when you get the mic again, but a little bit more about what SPORE is doing, too. Yeah.
Thank you. So Kevin was the campaign director with the Decrim Denver, or the Denver Psilocybin Initiative, and there was a core group of us. We called ourselves Sporganizers. SPORE came from that. SPORE, we say our MO is mycelial organizing. I got them all day. Stewardship with the psychedelic movement. So there's a lot to that, but consider, grassroots organizing has kind of been the template for community organizing for a long time. Mycelial organizing is really oriented towards fostering critical relationships, right relationship, and to the initial question around medicine and our relationship with medicines. For me, my best friends are the mushrooms, and with them I have learned, I've really, for me the work with the mushrooms is being the medicine, is learning to be the medicine, be the prayer, knowledge of self, and I feel like I can say this here, the second or a revival movement. So this is about, awakening spirit, and for us to create beloved community together and composting the empire. Let me say that close to the mic.
Oh, thank you. So I believe as the moderator, I'm supposed to ask you guys questions that I think maybe would be valuable. And just to maybe get us grounded here in our specific community in Crestone, why did we bring this talk to Crestone? And what do you think Crestone has to offer the movement? And what do you think we might need? This is a big question. Sorry, Lisa.
On this circle, when I look around our broader community, the entheogens, the plant medicines, they are part of our circle. They're interwoven. And when it's unrealistic for us to not think that our children and the youth aren't vibrationally feeling this and aren't exposed. And so we have a big responsibility that we're utilizing this for community and village building. And so from some of my own past experience being involved in, whether it's in our emergency services, as an example of, there's been questioning with my use of it, of my ability to perform or be part of the community. And I think, I was like, when it stops, you can let me know. But it's only done more mind expansion, more bridge building, and capacity development for our community is what I've seen. But we do have to look in, we always talk about Crestone and this vortex and this energy of that we do have mental health issues here, though, and we do have substance abuse issues. And so there is the full spectrum of how do we work with each other in a small community of when we need to call somebody back into the circle for their health and not judge it. It's just that we're there to support. And then when things are maybe being used in a therapeutic setting, and then we've got the ceremonial setting, but we have to look at that full spectrum with each other and be honest with our conversations. So it's been a long time for me to come and have this and be able to have the conversation in love and joy instead of in fear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for tuning in with us. I think plant medicine has a lot to offer communities in a peaceful and safe way. And maybe Brigitte, as a longtime plant herbalist and very familiar with that world, do you think you can speak on what might make a more sustainable plant-based entheogenic community anywhere, really?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to share about this important subject. I feel for so long, so many of us grew up with just say no. And it's a time where we really need to look at just say how. And we certainly do need education about this. So one brief synopsis I would like to say is an acronym called EPIC. So if you're going to do these things, why are you doing them? And the acronym EPIC stands for education. Maybe you want to talk to other people who've done it. Maybe you want to go to a website like Arrowhead and find out what are the side effects? What is the substance doing? What is the history? Just because a substance is available doesn't mean it's the right time or the right place to do it. Preparation is, how do you get your body ready, your mind ready? When I work as a psychedelic sitter, I ask people to bring a pillow, their journal, but most important, beautiful art books, because whatever you take in during that experience can really go very deep into your psyche. And if it's not good medicine, it can kind of tweak you in the wrong way. It's really important what you imprint on. So, looking at what are you going to put into your consciousness during that time. And intention, intentions might be, why are you doing this? Is it for healing? Maybe you'll get some download about what would be a healthy thing for you to do for your body, for your mind, for your relationships. Mainstream media so constantly, and yet what are we really doing to be prepared to, leave this planet and having left it in a better way? So our intentions are very important. And then for C of EPIC, it's integration, how we integrate the experience after, how we bring it into our lives to create a better world, to put on festivals and to open up natural food businesses and do incredible art. So if we get some inspiration, let's show the world what this movement can do. Thank you.
To tag off? I mean, I could. Yeah, sure. Let's see. So another thing that Spore is up to, we're in the midst of preparing to launch a public education campaign. It'll be a national public education campaign called the Right to Heal campaign. So I know that this talk seems very Spore branded, but that's not intentional. The Right to Heal was something that we were talking about during the psilocybin campaign in Denver, and we were inspired by, one, we were looking at the Right to Try Act, which is something that allows folks who have some sort of terminal illness, like cancer, they have the right to federally to try any medicine, essentially. So try mushrooms, anything like that. Also, simultaneously, when Initiative 301, which was survive. Like that. How's that? Is that better? Okay, cool. I'm an MC, so I'm used to like rapping at you. Be in public places that came years ago could, harass, arrest folks who were just the right to survive lost by a landslide. And that, it was weird because I was celebrating so much, and I also had to look at that like, wow, what is that about, Denver? We're here. I feel like mushrooms engender an understanding of our interdependence, and that it's up to us. It's our responsibility to take care of each other. And so there's individual healing. You know, right now the popular culture, the mainstreaming of psychedelics, for good reason, is very focused on healing and the medicalized sort of therapeutic framework, which is important. What Spore is working to bridge is the recognition of interdependence, that our healing is bound up in each other's, like our liberation is bound up in each other's. So there's a collective need for us to consider, how are we healing fractally, like prismatically? We can't just heal in silos. We have to heal institutions, culture, cumbering this recognition that we are truly interdependent. I know that, you know, there's a sort of dismissal of that in dominant culture, like that's woo-woo, that's hippie stuff. It's the most basic fact, period. We need each other. So yeah, healing literally marginalized parts of yourself that have been traumatized, that have been outcast, that have been shamed, right? So we individually, if that's true for our healing, then what does collective healing look like? It's the same thing. What are the communities that have been marginalized and outcast, and how can we restore relations and truly, you know, foster a greater healing with all of us healing together?
Yeah, beautifully said. Would you like? Yeah, I want to touch on that for just one moment. What is that really sums up beautifully, I think, why we brought this to Crestone in particular. And I think I'm really new to Crestone and haven't built a lot of stuff in my life, but I have studied permaculture, and one of the things that I see and hear from people like Lisa that have been more involved than I for a long time is that you can build a really great system that is really functional and grow a lot of vegetables, but if you can't eat at the table with anyone, you're missing the point. So yeah, I think Duffy really touched on like why we brought this to Crestone, to really bring into our awareness how entheogenic medicine and the very old tradition of using medicines to create a more community celebration, to create more community connectivity is really important in the permaculture world in particular. So, and then we have, don't stay in the corner though, come on up. Yeah,
I kind of sneaked into the panel. So it's not really about me, but I've been doing herbal medicine for about 37 years. So I just wanted to add to the beautiful comments already that, you know, the plant world has to be interdependent. I mean, we are too, but we lose touch with that. And what I've always found that when I start working with plant medicine with patients, clients, when I was a medical herbalist, whatever, is that people end up having a different kind of experience, because when they really embody it, they get the medicine through the plants, and the plants are protected. You know, they have plant spirits, they have devas, whether it's psychotropics or other types of medicinal plants. And people get this connection. I've got patients right now here who are saying the plants are what healed me. You know, they taught me the connection. They taught me the connection to myself. And I just wanted to share that because it's really powerful, you know.
That was beautiful. Yeah, have a seat. You auditioned and you've passed. Yeah. Yeah, that was. I had a thought. Maybe we could pass the mic and list. We could have like a quick like. What is one of the, like, if you could narrow it down, just one little quick thing from you, what you personally think the best quality that your favorite entheogenic medicine could bring to community, and maybe the preferred distribution, you know, how would you bring that to a community? And so just kind of, if you wouldn't mind. You seem ready to.
Well, I'll try to be quick, but I could talk all day about mushrooms and mushrooms as teachers, and what we call magic mushrooms teach us a lot. But mycelium, if anyone here has yet to see Fantastic Fungi, please, after this, go watch it. our fiscal sponsors are the producers of that film, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, you know, mushrooms have taught me that solidarity is where sovereignty and interdependence meet. Mushrooms have taught me that. The way that mycelium works underground to just fostering critical right relationship with all these other organisms from a basis of consent. Mushrooms, mycelium, the hyphae actually send a signal to plant root systems to ask, essentially, if they want to be penetrated and be a part of this exchange. And they wait for a signal back before they extend into them. And then it's it's magic. You know, the mycelium processes minerals that the plant roots can't, and the plants exchange sugars. And so the basis of every, you know, the largest organism in the world is a mycelial network in Oregon, I believe. Adam Brock, if that's wrong, please let me know. But it connects the rainforest there. There would be no forest, there would be no rainforest without the mycelium. So, and they're so unseen, this underground just network of reciprocity. And so with that consent-based strategy, mushrooms really move at the speed of trust, which is a phrase that I picked up from the book Emergent Strategy by Adrienne Marie Brown. And moving at the speed of trust is so crucial. You think about, you know, people who have been programmed for decades with the drug war. There's legitimate fears. Well, there's a lot of illegitimate fear. And then there's also, you know, actual concerns. People, you know, are afraid of death and what could happen to their kids if this, you know, if mushrooms and LSD and ayahuasca are decriminalized and available. So there's a real need to educate and to create community, to raise the responsibility of communities to be able to even integrate medicines into them. Because responsibility is responsibility. Clearly, mushrooms also teach me how to decode the matrix with words. Mushrooms really tap us into the logos and show how powerful language is. Yeah, and just like our interdependence again, you know, our healing being bound up in each other's.
Thank you. Thank you. So much to synthesize here. But one thing that I really love attuning to is the system of the chakras, or the rainbow colors of Kundalini energy that goes through from the base of our spine to our crown chakra. So if I think of some glimmers that I would like to pass on about psychedelica, if I were to think of the colors, I would say, well, red is about safety. If you're going to do these things, it's really important to be in a safe set and setting and what you can do to prepare that. And to be extra careful. You know, don't do inconvenient things like lock yourself out of the house, or, you know, overfill the bathtub, or get locked out of the house with no clothes on. Avoid doing things like that. So being safe. Orange is about being with people you know and trust. And I do think that one of the benefits that Duffy is talking about is creating community. So when people get together and use this medicine as a sacrament with prayer and intention, boy, that's a lot of healing energy. And I actually think that doing these kinds of things on special times of the moon or eclipses with people, I kind of envision people all around the world all doing it on the same day and visualize healing of our planet. So like, you know, eating something healthy. You don't want to come into it feeling polluted or hung over or anything like that. Making the space ready and clean. Green is also, you know, knowing about supplements that you can take afterwards that can help you to feel better again. Maybe something like 5-HTP, or I am always big on black foods that nourish your kidneys and adrenals, like black chia and black sesame and black quinoa, things like that. Blue, back to that again, is the art and music that you expose yourself to during that time can be very, very imprintable, and therefore watching something like, you know, moderate dose. Violet, you know, like that. My hope is that this psychedelic movement really is doing things like we're seeing today, bringing people together, bringing together community with high intentions of creating a better world, and then, you know, integrating it all later on by writing in your journal and making a plan. If you think it, ink it. What can we do? We can all do something, and we're starting. And remember, OMID 420.
All right. You got to repeat the question, Lydia.
Yeah, I was going to touch in on that. That was beautiful. I love this chakra system. No, well, it was kind of your favorite, something that you feel, you know, that psychedelic medicine has to offer you and community. Kind of like your favorite tip, maybe, is what we're talking. But real quick, too, touching on that, I also think when we say entheogenic medicine, that's plant-based medicines that come from the earth, and I think that marijuana also counts. You know, it is a psychoactive medicine that we have figured out how to legalize, figured out how to incorporate into our communities. How we like, you know, you mentioned the gummies thing. Don't leave the gummies out for the kids, and that's a very weed. I think that's a very weed way of distributing. I think we already do have a bit of a framework related to that. So about as we go forward, we're not venturing into unknown territory by finding a legalization form for mushrooms or for ayahuasca. We're actually just tweaking something that already exists. And so, Lisa, do you have a favorite tip or trick or yeah?
They obviously have a lot of experience. I'm glad. You need to rewrite all of our organizational roles. We need new titles here. That's the first thing I want to say. We're going to have a little powwow later. So, wow, you know, it depends on what plant you're working with. I think there's a lot of things. Some is considered more of a grandfather medicine. You know, what I've been taught if you're working with the mescalines, Wachuma, or what's called San Pedro, peyote, that it is a little bit more of a grandfather presence. Even sometimes the way those ceremonies are structured is very much more in a masculine container, at least from my personal experience. And it really gives you those practical lessons, and that's where I've gotten a lot of my messaging for community. It's like, oh, that's the next step. Oh, that's the next piece to tie together. And then there's medicines that are considered more of a grandmother energy, like ayahuasca. And so you have a little bit more of a feminine yin, and it tends to nurture other spaces in you, or allows you to go into other places. So sometimes knowing what are you trying to balance. You know, if we all have the masculine and feminine in us, and these plants, and the intelligence is so amazing of where are you trying to come into more right relationship with yourself in that space. And another, what I've seen, particularly in this community, is maybe not attaching or identifying so much with what is happening during your experience. You know, I've had some really good teachers say, you know, there is that illusion part still. And whether it's an illusion or your imagination, it's valuable, but not to place so much importance. You have to really, it's like, pick those jewels, pick that piece that's really that core teaching for you, so that it doesn't get diluted. Sometimes we can go all over in these journeys, but really try to hone in what's that lesson for you.
Well, I have an interesting perspective. Not that I haven't had my own experiences a long time ago, and even now, but just seeing people coming and sharing time with me for healing, and sharing their experience of these medicines, like Lisa was saying, the energy, the quality that they're embodying. And I think that if you have an intuitive draw to something, you know, spend a little time learning the tradition, because most of these medicines have a tradition. And the tradition set up a root chakra way, right? You know, safety net, and someone who can help teach you. So I'm not saying, hey, don't do the heroic method. I mean, you know, there's some people who are just going to do that, and that's good. You know, we need our rebels, right? And we've all had our moment, probably. They'll be out later. But I think there's value to that, you know, and that's the whole part of community, right? I mean, being there for each other, but also understanding that there's wisdom with these medicines. There's traditions and traditional people that can help guide us, and many of us, I know, in this community and others out there have searched that out and had those experiences, but just know it's there for you. right? And everyone spoke on that, so thank you.
Yeah, that was a beautiful share. Thank you. I appreciate your doctoral experience, you know, as receiving lots of input from other people and hearing about their experiences. That's very cool. Yeah, and I think you also touched on a really great point of interest, is that these plant medicines are just as ancient as we are, if not more, especially in the, I know for sure in the case of mushrooms, they predated humanity. And there is a framework, you know, and our ancient peoples didn't necessarily have everything right all the time, of course, but we ended up here, of course. But I think there is, in the case of plant medicine, a lot of history. There's a lot to go back on. There's a lot to look on as to what worked, what were previous communities doing, how were they gathering and sharing in this way, and how we should spend a lot of time looking at that to figure out how to go forward. So yeah, please do. Yeah.
Oh, that's really sparked something for me. One of the things I've noticed working in community and with circles is one of the things where it's getting tougher to resolve conflicts is because we're not giving it the space. We're not giving ourselves, we're on to this project, or we're on to the next trip, and we're on to the next piece. And in a lot of ceremonial context or therapeutic, you really are sitting in that container. And there might be hours of group or individual processing that happens too, with questions, different dialogue. You know, like the coca plant is a medicine, you know, that's really used for talking circles too. It's a heart opener. So that really allows everyone to have that space and that voice. So I've noticed that with you utilizing the plants, when you can have that real circle held, you're giving a different spaciousness than you do if you're just out recreationally.
Yeah, and I think the coca plant's an interesting one too, because what we're familiar with cocaine possibly has like a negative connotation for a lot of people. It's definitely a dare no. But the coca plant is very different. From the audience, do we do that? Do you guys have? Yeah, I don't. I feel like there's a question. Yeah, do we want to? What is the time? I don't. It's an hour. I don't have the time. Okay. Yeah, because I lost my phone earlier today. Sorry, while we figure out how much time we have left. You may.
Oh, okay.
We have plenty of time.
We have 20 minutes.
We'll go around again. Yeah.
Okay. So I, you know, part of the name of this panel is community sovereignty, and for me, I understand sovereignty. There's two fundamental parts of my understanding of sovereignty that I want to share. Governance and regulation is part of that. The capacity to choose our relationships. So when we're thinking of, you know, how should psychedelics be integrated into society, we should really consider community sovereignty. And the right to heal does not necessarily mean everyone getting access to a medicalized, white-dominated therapeutic model that only works for potentially, you know, a certain group of people. And if it works for them, that's great. And I think the therapeutic model is crucial, especially in just introducing folks who otherwise would never consider eating mushrooms. And perhaps, ironically, the therapeutic model will be like the gateway to opening up into community. But for other folks and for indigenous people who have intact lineages with certain medicines, like, you know, the Arapaho people close to where I live in the Front Range, they're peyote people. They have long-standing tradition and lineage in ways that don't fit inside of the therapeutic context. And so how can we work together to create community healing models and resource communities and being able to have sovereignty and to develop and healing themselves with each other? People know what they need to heal. Communities know what they need to heal. And we have to resource folks to be able to determine, you know, what is actually needed. There's so much education that's needed. But hold on, I had a little note. yeah, so you know, lifting up the right to heal for all of us. You know, it is our right to heal, to live in a system, a society that profiteers from making people ill and then criminalizes folks for seeking healing. That's not a justice system. That's an injustice system. The war on drugs was never a war on substances. If you learn that history, which we all really should, there's one of Nixon's top aides. His name is John Elrickman. He was quoted in a CNN interview. This is not, you don't have to dig deep. It's out there. Just like 10 years ago, he said we knew exactly what we were doing. We couldn't criminalize the hippies for, you know, having long hair. We couldn't criminalize black people for being black. So we associated heroin with black folks and pot and the psychedelics with the hippies, and then we targeted those communities. So the war on drugs was never a war on stewarding, you know, an unbroken lineage tradition with medicines. There's a lot to learn from each other. So we need to support each other in our sovereignty so that we can heal.
Thank you. I'd like to share just a few ideas on things you might do if you were with a few friends and you were going to have this psychedelic adventure. And if you'd like to see more, there's a little film we have on YouTube. Justin Belansiri, who's here, filmed it. It's called Psychedelic Ceremony. But basically, you know, having a group of trusted people come together and maybe everyone sharing their intention. I'm just giving you some ideas, you know, lighting a candle in a safe way, maybe doing an om to synchronize your frequencies. Maybe having some sacred geometry coloring books out so you can quietly color together and create something, even several people working on a picture at once. Having some essential oils out there so you can see how they really affect you, because breathing deep is great. You could also offer each participant like 10 minutes to lead the group on a guided meditation or a yoga pose or a qigong, you know, introduction or something like that. It is, of course, always really a good idea. Here's the grandmother in me, but it's a good idea to make sure of clear sexual boundaries beforehand. I would always tell my daughters, like, never decide to sleep with somebody while you're on medicine. You should make that decision while you're totally not on anything. If it happens later, you know, that's just good advice, because when we're at this, like, we're all one, you know, the next day it might be more inconvenient. Okay. It might be complicated. Okay, so, you know, but doing things like massage or singing together, rounds, playing sacred music together, crystal ball driver who gets you there and reminds you, again, not to take your clothes off at the park, and make sure you don't leap between, you know, boulders, and, you know, get you home safely. All of that's really important. I know that a great love of mine for plant medicine came from using medicine and then eating, you know, plants in the woods, and I could feel what they did. Oh my goodness, Violet, it was improving my hearing. Oh, I wonder what all these other herbs do. So that's just the beginning. So, and then not chatting so much about the past. You know, it's really important to have a lot of be here now moment. Maybe you all lay together with your heads in a circle and listen to music, or someone plays the didgeridoo over you or something like that. So these are a few ideas. Again, there's more on Psychedelic Ceremony. And thank you all for being brave pioneers out here in Crestone. Love and light.
Well, I know the next time I eat mushrooms, I'm going to eat them with Margit, I think.
We may have just set and setting for the evening. Where are all of our aromatherapy and massage therapists and all this? We'll be meeting in the circle this evening and with some music. So, do you think it's time for some questions? Yeah, because I think we could probably have some pretty.
I am fielding questions from the audience. Does anyone have one, or should I ask? Weirder the better, actually. We just decided up here. Yeah. Yeah, we touched on that just a little bit. It sounds like you maybe know more than I do on the very specifics of it, but there are. Okay, yeah. Yes. That was a 3-part question, so that one was hard to repeat. But she asked to touch on the European ancestry of psychedelic medicine. She asked, when are we all doing mushrooms together? When we legalize it? And how do we get involved is the other question, too. And so I think, can we divide the answers? Yeah, okay, Brigitte is going to talk about history here.
So as much as I like to give the hippies credit and often say the hippies were right all along about things like alternative energy, the history of psychedelica is as ancient as humankind. But one tradition in Europe that we know of is the Eleusinian mysteries, where they reenacted the rite of Inanna or Persephone or Mother Eve or Isis or Snow White or Sleeping Beauty going into the underworld. And there she ate some pomegranate seeds, and this whole thing about going into the underworld representing ego death. So what we know about the Eleusinian mysteries, which was open to many of the people we had to read in college and high school, like Plato and Cicero and Marcus Aurelius and Socrates, yes, is they partook of this beverage called kykeon. And kykeon contained fermented barley and a wild pennyroyal and this magical potion that we now know contained lysergic acid. So, but we also know that the persecution of herbalism is very ancient. And we, you know, I've long been a reader of the Urantia book, and it says that Jesus had a core of women apostles, and there were women that used the holy anointing oil, and men in the Old Testament. They talk about the holy anointing oil, and that it was made with olive oil, cinnamon, myrrh, and kenny balsam. But in a Greek translation in the 3rd century called the Septuagint of the Old Testament, they translated olive oil, cinnamon, myrrh, and kenny balsam. They turned the kenny balsam into calamus, Acorus calamus. And I know there's a lot of people here that know about herbal medicine, and calamus is kind of like a dangerous essential oil. You know, I know Walt Whitman was said to be a calamus head, but it's not used for healing or in the healing ways. So I mean, that right there is a huge omission that could have changed everything. But I feel that the suppression of psychedelica also corresponds to the psychedelic of the feminine and the rising and the nurturing and the healing of the planet. So I truly believe, sow the hemp seed everywhere. Who wants to take another question? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Brigitte. That was awesome. Yeah, you got up there. I'm like thinking about. Yeah, good, better. That we all come from original people. That's all in us, and we actually all of our inheritance, and so looking back to the spore.org, there's a great coalition of organizations that are rooted in community, mostly in the Front Range area. But thank you so much for inviting me here, because I've only lived in Colorado for 3 years, and I've decided to marry Colorado. I'm in love. I'm just in love. And actually, SPORE is a part of a coalition forming, like I was saying, called the Mike Coalition. Right now is the working title, MICO. But then CO's got, you know, Colorado. There's like a triple entendre there. That's pretty sweet. And there's a lot of ways to engage, and right now what we're really wanting to do is just lift up a shift in narrative that expands what we're talking about when we're talking about healing. Recreation, why can't recreation be part of healing? Recreation, it's transformative. You know, some people, I was with a friend last week, Darren LeBaron, who's from the UK. He descends from Caribbean African folks. Iboga is used here largely to treat opiate addiction and things like that, but they don't have opiate addiction in Africa. So when you ask the people who really are the primary stewards of Iboga, what is it that they use Iboga for? He said they say to commune with our ancestors. That's healing too. These are our pathways. Trauma blunts our capacity to experience and our interdependence, our interconnectivity. So the mushrooms and all the medicines are healing the pathways, and we have to heal the pathways out in these streets and in our communities. So if you're interested in doing that, I would say follow up with SPORE. There are many other orgs. I just happen to be the representative of an org that's here. The spore.org, the spore.org/membership is the easiest, best way to engage. You can, for $1 a month, as little as $1 a month right now. And that's where we're really funneling the work and the opportunities to get more engaged and more involved. So thank you.
Intrigued as to what you're doing. Don't be an irresponsible user. Those are the kind of people that are making it harder for people to have access to the medicine. And so if you are looking bad, nobody is going to they're not going to be interested in what you were doing. So clean up, use responsibly, you know.
Just the shadow aspects of the medicines. Like, I have my own ideas about like protection and going in when you're opening doors, like the dark entities and just what you all do. And
When the darkness creeps in. How to protect yourself from the darkness creeping in. Yeah, and sometimes when you are getting together with other people, you don't know what they're going through, and what they're going through, you are very permeable at that time. So maybe how to address like your permeability to other people and what they're going through might not be something you want to pick up on. And so does anybody yes.
Well, the darkness. It's a big issue these days. I would just second what Brigitte had said earlier, is to create a vibrational energy in your space that can help you through that, and to educate the people that you're with to do that. You know, we've got, like you mentioned, oils. You know, we've got oils that are vibrating at a pretty high frequency, like frankincense and myrrh, and a lot of our oils that we've used in sacredness and ceremony. And those things, this is ceremony that we're doing. I think that we need to remember that. You know, even if you want to recreate, keeping that sacredness will protect you in itself to some degree. But I think having those things, and one thing the flowers keep telling me to say, so I'm just going to say it, is that flowers are joy. You notice there's a lot of flowers this year here? We need to cultivate joy, and I think that's really important. And we can do that in this kind of sacred environment of medicine. And I just encourage everyone to think about that. I think it's really important. I'm reminding myself by talking about it as well.
So it's true. This is not for everyone, and I really encourage people to not use psychedelics as a substitute for doing your work and doing therapy and doing counseling and doing your feng shui. And I've told people, change your diet and get on some supplements. This is not really something that you're going to do to, heal all your trauma. But it is true that this. So if we're in a very safe space, and it's okay for the tears to come, and it's okay to shake, and it's okay to let go, and it's okay to find forgiveness for the trauma that has hurt so many of us. And sometimes if we're in a very safe, essential oils and fresh squeezed nettle juice and all the things that we have before us, and healing colors and Tibetan bowls and didgeridoos and our prayers and our oming and our tears, then healing can really happen. And I think that in the right space, it really can. But it can't at a festival with, 5,000 people and all kinds of stuff mixed with all kinds of stuff. So creating a healing environment and not to be afraid of the tears. Some people might want to do this, alone with someone to look after them. And just know that, when I was 15 years old, someone asked me to come quick, Sari's taken 8 hits of acid and she's having a really hard time. And the first thing I did was change the music. Change the music. That's a good idea. If you're indoors, go outdoors. If you're outdoors, go indoors. Maybe be ready with some CBD or some rescue remedy. Holding an amethyst crystal is said to be another grounding force that can help people to feel calmer. Hold an amethyst crystal. So there are some techniques.
Or shadow, these are places that have been cast, are reluctant to look at the things that the dark, ayahuasca's grandmother, to me, I understand her as like the dark holy mother. And she holds all of this that we struggle to bring home and embrace and love. And she holds it and she brings it to us when we're ready to really embrace this pedestaling the light over the darkness. And that really permeates, that kind of supremacy cast permeates throughout the whole world, and how we treat the earth, how we treat black and brown folks, just our understanding of even what darkness is. This is yin. This is yin. And it's here for us, actually, that what's there to turn towards and embrace what's there. Brigitte said forgiveness. I really think the path of forgiveness and choosing forgiveness allows us to remember what it is that we're working with. There's a little cool continuum of, forgive sits in the middle of remember and forget. You could say like the opposite of forgive is to forget, but it could also, there's also this connection to remembrance. So yeah, and creating communities that can hold that together. There's a lot of work to do just in community for people to feel safe, that what they're bringing is allowed, that it's okay, and that's something that it really creates a commitment. It necessitates a commitment to create community and culture that can hold this, that can embrace all these parts of ourselves and our experience, so that we don't have to hold shame anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I could tell that's a really great question too, because everybody was like, I want to answer it. And it is a really deep question we should have probably addressed earlier, I think, because it is so crucial. And I think for me, the experiences that I've had, my everyday life is what helps me in a dark place, whether it's in ceremony with someone that I'm not familiar with, or an energy I don't know what to do with. And having experience and being an adult and using my everyday life and that's what that is, and help someone else. And it's every day. It's not just something you do on Saturday night. It's something you do all the time, and that's why we're talking about the community sovereignty. How is this something that we as a community can create sustainability in? And I think we want to do that every day. No, maybe we're not taking entheogenic medicines every day, but maybe we are creating it as a sustainable part of our community and a useful thing for all of us, and how is the best way that we can do that? And I think we are wrapping up. Lisa, do you want to say one more thing, would you? Do you have a thing?
Sure. Well, it's all part of us, right? So that true work. So when you can recognize you're going to come out of it and be born again, because that's what a lot of this is.
What just happened in Oregon, they decriminalized to an extent all drugs. And the last this happened with cannabis. Colorado did a lot of fucked up shit, but a lot of really right things that became a good model for the rest of the country. One was decriminalizing first. So, as regulatory models came to be, people who couldn't access necessarily the regulatory models, or just, were growing themselves, had cannabis on them, were not being criminalized. In states that implemented a regulatory model without decrim, arrests for cannabis went up. And guess who was being targeted? Just guess. So, yeah, there's a lot happening in Colorado around that, and we really need to, it's time for us to come together to create safety, for us to start coming out of the psychedelic closet. What is really going to carry this forward is people's testimony. And just the regular folks who have, and I know police who have sat in ceremony. I know a 3-star general who's eaten mushrooms. So there's people out here who can speak to these different parts of the population that are very much afraid of doing so, although they've had the most transformative healing experience and they want to evangelize, but they'll lose their job, they'll lose their respect, they'll lose all of that. So carrying this with dignity, like Lydia is saying, is really crucial. Yes, we will have more space to have festivals and have a lot more joy and celebration and fun. And there's also this part of it that these medicines are coming up to work with us to foster right relationship and responsibility to take care. Because I don't know if y'all have noticed lately, it's an all hands on deck situation we're dealing with being alive right now. And I believe we all came here for it. So, Amen Ahoashe.
Yeah, definitely. Right on. So we have Lisa's ready for the dance party portion of this after that. It's a little dark. But we still have, yeah, totally.
No, we can keep going if there's questions. Do you want to ask us more questions, or you want some little dance vibes?
We have a question. Okay, so our question is, she is familiar that after a psychedelic experience, the first week or two, you're really sensitive, and correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, but you're sensitive. How do you create the changes you want to see after you've maybe had these epiphanies about what you'd need to change? And so she's asking for tips on what to do after.
Well, I think some things that Brigitte brought up, and she had to go prepare for her next endeavor, was, things like journaling. I remember one of the most powerful classes I had in undergrad was symbols and symbol making. And one of the things that we were taught to do was like a dream journal, and that state, like being with these medicines, you're in a different state of being, right? That exists, right? It's just not maybe part of your everyday consciousness. And you want to extract some memory of that, and also be okay with if it leaves you, because it may not be time, it may not be divine timing to enact those changes. It's still part of you. That experience is not lost, okay? But I think that if you are concerned that you're wanting to hold on to that experience, you can do things like journaling or art or write a song or whatever your motivation creatively is, because that creativity is able to bridge the different dimensions more than our egoic or static mind, okay, not the heart mind, right? So being in heart mind. And traditionally, right, in addition to these cultures, and I liked what you said, Duffy, about recreating this, that there's room for that, and there's no loss. There's no loss to the traditions, and there's no loss by knowing that and recreating that for where we are now, right? So that whole being in the present moment, it's hard to hold that sometimes when you come out of that altered state. But there are ways to put that down, to create something in that state. And I think Brigitte was hitting on that. Be creative, and that could be cooking, that could be making something, whatever you have a draw to, right? And I think that just have faith that that will come to you, that some part of your beingness is aware of what happened. And you may find, as many people do, maybe there's a black cat walking across, right? Matrix, that all of a sudden you remember, right? Or sometimes you're developing something years later and it's like, oh, wait a minute, I have this remembrance of this experience. So you never lose it, for one. I think that's important to hold.
Thanks for that question. I think it's really important to have space. Whether you're working with medicines or you're just doing any of the deep healing work, even if you just got a massage, give yourself space to integrate, however that is, so that you have that quiet time. That's been one of my biggest lessons. And I mean, like running out of something and going, I got to go to this meeting tonight. And it just doesn't, they just don't kind of jive your energetically. So vibration, it's key. Watch what you're listening to, who you're around, what you're eating, and what you're especially listening music. There's so many healing, whether you're listening to mantra, put on the singing bowls, chants. Really pay attention to vibration, sense of smell. It's all your senses too are going to be activated and elevated. So really only going into these settings when you're prepared. Like, what is your daily walk? Are you taking care? Are you drinking enough water today? Have you eaten some meals? Hopefully, because we're providing it for you. So just really taking care of yourself, because then you've got that opportunity and choice of when you want to do the deeper work. And sometimes it is just, sometimes the fun and the dance and the expression and body movement and all of that is just what we need. We kind of get serious up here. It's like shaking it out. I dance and shake it out. It's like that energy that is not serving me, boom, get it out.
Cool, definitely. Thanks, ladies, for the excellent tips. I feel like I'm being babysat right now, honestly. Like, oh, cool, I can't wait to get my journal out. Just from the panel. Yeah, totally, just from the panel. Do we have another question?
What?
Yes, contraindications. Great question. Doctor? One of the things that I know about for sure, and I can't speak to everything necessarily, but contraindications can go a long way. But medically speaking, it's like, what other medicines might you not want to mix with psychedelics? And as far as I know, SSRIs, antidepressants, is something that you definitely do not want to mix with psychedelics. It would be, if you are really called to experience psychedelics, it would be something that you and your doctor go over, getting you off of the SSRIs first. And do you know a few more with the herbal? I don't know any herbal ones, I could say, but I do know the big one, at least, is the pharmaceutical antidepressants is something. Do you know any others?
I was going to talk on a general others, but let her talk and then I can go on to
I think that's a really loaded question, being a licensed doctor. I'm a naturopathic doctor, but I am a licensed doctor. What I would say is, if you're expanding your mind, right, and you're shifting your reality, something that's working on your neural pathways, which would be like SSRIs, serotonin reuptake inhibitors. People with seizures, I'm not saying there aren't people working with this medicine with seizures, but yeah, I'm working with some people in conjunction, right, as a physician. So I think that, take it seriously that some medication is altering, certain pathways for you. And I think, it can run the gamut, depending on your situation, right? If you've got imbalanced heartbeat or something like that. So, especially if you're using drug medicine to control a condition, right? But I think that definitely anything that's moving the neural pathways of the brain, and of course serotonin, 80% is made in our gut. Things like the benzodiazepines, okay, which are for anxiety, things like that. Be very careful and get some professional advice. Hopefully some practitioners are going to be open to talk to you, and that's always the struggle. I think people feel pretty safe talking to me with that. I'm not trying to promote myself. Super busy. But I'm just saying that talk to someone who is going to honor that this is medicine, or if they don't, educate them, right? And certainly if you're in Denver, you can legally. But be cautious about that, right? Because it's not, medication is designed to mostly control our pathways, and sometimes that's needed. I was a paramedic for 15 years and saved a lot of lives with drugs. But I pretty much commit myself to plant medicine and natural medicine in my practice and what I do. But that doesn't mean plant medicine can't interact as well. So I think understand what this medicine you're using is doing, okay, will help you maybe understand that a little bit better too.
Yeah, and this my perspective on this is a bit queer. I feel like so there are neurodivergences, folks who are is commonly called the schizophrenic spectrum, and often psychedelics can be attributed to what triggers a break for folks. Terrence talked a lot about how, in different times and current times, and with indigenous groups that have relationship with lineage to path to elderhood, and these different roles and functions of different types of neural makeups and ways of being and ways of saying, that when a young person would have a schizophrenic break, the community would actually celebrate and come around that person. They would go into training to become the medicine person, the shaman, the mystic, the poet, the prophet. And so we don't have place in our society for these folks. A significant portion of homeless folks are schizophrenic. So that if you have, Terrence said that he felt like he was somewhere on the schizophrenic spectrum, like, not full blown with it, but it was there. And that with the medicines, he was able to sort of like channel that and work with it. I actually feel like maybe that there's something like that with me as well. And I feel fortunate and lucky that I've not had was integrated it, that I've integrated it to an extent that I'm walking this path. But a lot of folks don't get that chance, and it can just be one experience that triggers that into a break that is perhaps unreconcilable. So yeah, if you feel like a neurodivergent being, I think all of us are to an extent, and you have questions around that, and you move between realms, and your reality is not like the normal, what is considered normal. Slow and really go with community support if you're interested at all. Go slow. We do not need to eat 5 grams or 10 grams our first time. Like, it's okay to really go slow and build a relationship. And ideally, it's building a trust and a knowing of yourself. So just wanted to put that in. Yeah.
She's got another one. What's
Zendo's pretty good. Zendo is a good organization for for folks offering integration, and they're really broadening, creating community around integration, because there's the integration of psychedelic experiences, but then there's the need for ongoing integration in community. There's only so far we can go when our society does not have a place for folks like that. Like this society doesn't want oracles, actually, but we need them more than ever. I do believe part of what the psychedelic movement is bringing us towards is a capacity for folks who remain on the more sort of like, stable middle grounds of the spectrum, whatever that is, to be able to commune and relate with autistic folks, schizophrenic folks. I'm not sure of any groups off the top of my head specific for that, but I know that they exist, and there are people that are very committed to this part of the work. So I would love for you to follow up with me, and personally I would love to, because that's something I've been wanting to look around for. So please follow up with me at duffy@thespore.org, and I would love for that to be a community research project between us.
Okay, Jay, we got a couple of questions now for you. I think that's really important. I mean, I've witnessed it with my friends as well, and it's like, when do you call them in and you really keep support? What we're struggling with some now is when you keep supporting and trying to be there, and then encouraging when you really need professional help versus just your friend support group help. So, that's always a first place. It's like, we have got an amazing network of healers here and within these circles when we gather, but we've got to really know how and when to direct to each other when we can't even handle the pieces, because I don't have the answers. I'm dealing with this with some friends, because when they have that break, there can be states they go into where you do see destructive behavior, and then you have a community that goes into conflict because there isn't accountability for the behavior. But they're in another realm, navigating, thinking that the rules don't apply here. They're in a different space. And so it's definitely new territory that, well, maybe it's probably always been there, but we're trying to remember how to work in that terrain together.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the sacredness of the medicine and the sacredness of ourselves. And it's certainly a work in progress, and we have miles and miles to go with this. But I think that creating safe space, creating a place for people to be accepted, not necessarily destructive behavior. I'm not saying create a shadow or judge people. It's not about judgment. It's about what is treating yourself as a temple, letting the medicine heal the pathways. And I think if we approach it from that community-based structure, that the plants are part of our reality, are part of our ecosystem, and we are interdependent with them. If we learn to really live that, we can work with this in a way, and they will teach us that, you know. And I know that's not an answer like where do you go, but I'm just saying, where do you go, right? Right? And this is critical to why I'm here, and I'm sure many of us with, and creating safe space that's accessible to everyone for these issues. So thank you.
What's your question?
So yeah, given how sacred these plants are, and that it seems like we're on this precipice where they might become decriminalized more widely, and hopefully more available to more people who need them, how do we prevent them in that process from becoming even more appropriated and corporatized? Because that's what's happening with cannabis, and these plants are even more sacred in some ways, or at least more powerful. So what safeguards do we need to be thinking about now to prevent that?
Yeah, here you go. Go for it.
Okay, so where's my soapbox? I'm a firm believer in not standardizing herbal medicine, okay? And I know when I taught herbal medicine at the med school for years with the naturopathic doctors, or soon to be, you know, there's that big movement always to be able to patent something, right? And you can't patent a plant, just so you know. I don't know if anybody knows that. You can patent a drug, okay? Devout scientists in a true way, were doing some genetic studies about 15 years ago, and they found that the DNA of the plants is a complete mirror of our DNA. That's the truth, okay? And many of you guys may have made that connection with these medicines, all right? Right? But I think it's about that. What is your intention? You know, is your intention to standardize something to create profit, right? Probably preaching the choir here. And I'm not saying there isn't a reason sometimes to take plant because it's really powerful. But in nature, the wind agrees with me. In nature and in herbalism, like let's talk about the mycelia. They love water, right? And a lot of traditional ways, not all of the mycelia, but many of the medicines are in a tea. And it opens up the constituents of those mushrooms to be able to assimilate with our water, right? And when we do it in that kind of way, when we learned how the medicine can approach us, when we learn, like you talked about the symbiotic nature of the mushrooms, that was beautiful, by the way, thank you. Really well spoken, because you've had that experience and you can share that with everyone and say, look, it's teaching us about community. And I think that's what needs to happen, is we need to educate each other about what these experiences are about and create a community where we can be there for each other to do the healing. It's a huge task, but we're up to it. That's why we're here, you know? But that whole thing with the cannabis, believe me, I'm right across from a dispensary, and those guys are great over there, okay? And I love cannabis. She's powerful, you know? But I respect her. And when I see someone taking 800 milligrams 3 times, you know, and they're getting blown out, you know, I don't know how cannabis can relate to you at that kind of concentration. I'm not here to say it's wrong. I'm just saying she has a medicine to give. You know, these medicines want to relate to us. And just think about their natural state. And that's all I would pose, okay, as a thought, right? Not a judgment in any way.
Briefly, so these are folk medicines. It is our right to commune with Earth. We are nature. Decriminalize nature. They're just naming themselves that, I feel like, is very on point, because the essential framing is like how it's criminal that this is criminalized. So it should be all of our right to commune with nature. I also, as nature, I believe everything that we create is not separate. So I advocate for cognitive liberty, period. That, you know, we can, you know, there is consequences for our actions always. But people who want to have a relationship with any sort of substance that comes from the synthesis of nature is our right. It's our right. But for, you know, what's palatable right now, because there is so much stigma around drugs, period, is healing. So as mycelium does, another thing mycelium has taught me is undermining as a strategy and composting. So the popular psychedelic movement is largely, honestly, being kind of co-opted by this medicalized, people call it corporadelic as a derogatory slur, the corporadelic world that, you know, is all about creating the retreat centers and creating these profit models, and people spend thousands and thousands of dollars to go to Amsterdam or Jamaica or some of these retreat centers. Imagine a world where healing and access to psychedelics and plant medicines is a privilege. Like, that is such a dystopian nightmare. Like, this has to be made available for all of us. The only way that we're going to do that is by really building, deepening in community, and creating community that can steward this, that can responsibly steward communing with the medicines, that can support folks in our collective setting and integration. So for me, you know, just as a, you know, tactic, decriminalization first is essential. But before that, even building community and education is really, really, really necessary. And they can go in tandem, but there's a lot of force and energy around changing the laws, right? But you don't change the laws to set the people free, right? We have to free the people to free the medicines. So we need to work together to stand for all of our right to heal and to commune in ways that are aligned with us and our intersectionality and our ancestry. And yeah, so just community. It's really communing and unity. So I do see a beloved community movement coming through this. Please get involved. I think what's happening with the psychedelic movement has implication far grander than many of us recognize. Like, seriously. And how it implicates every single facet of society and culture and how we're going to move forward. And for, you know, just real quick, I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Extinction Rebellion, but they were the largest grassroots ecological justice, essentially climate justice movement ever in the world. The founder of Extinction Rebellion, Gail Bradbrook, had the vision for XR in an ayahuasca ceremony. So the medicines are reaching out to us to be like, y'all need us, we need you, Earth needs you, you need Earth, right? Yes. So we really need to step into that. It's our responsibility. Peace.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for participating and being here with us. Thank you, Duffy and Lisa and Kim. Yeah. I'm really honored to be here, and thanks for humoring me. Really.
Thank you, Lydia.
Okay, thank you, you guys. That was very fun. Okay, so we're going to flow on over to the flow stage. You guys just have to turn. See, it's not that difficult. You don't even have to turn if you don't want to. Please welcome Ben Hanna over at our flow stage, and get ready for some music and fun. And please support the vendors and our build going on. Go check it out. And thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.